Right. That's right. Welcome, everyone. Sorry to anyone I surprised by starting early. I'm gonna set us a couple of minutes of ads to start, and then we'll do some dolls while we wait for Joe. Also gonna go join the voice chat while I wait for him. Ding. Discord not in streaming mode. Here we go. You got jump scared? Hey, how you doing? Hey, not so neat. Hey, tacos de birria and double jumper. How's it going? All right. Ads. And while I'm in the Twitch dashboard, we will do this. There we go. All right. Thank you, Nikaris4412, for subbing when I was offline 5 days ago. Sorry to miss you. And thank you, DeBalder, for resubbing. My sub auto-renewed at exactly the wrong time. Thank you, Boulder, for resubbing to celebrate the end of Sekimeya. I know you're excited for it. Let's crack the egg. I really hope that's how it ends. Hey, C8 and Weeby. Hey, Luna Panda. August is parrying the ads. It's good. Whose egg? Not mine. Maybe someone in chat. Howdy folks, hope everyone's doing well. Remember to put in the egg in the pot of water before bringing it to a boil. That's right. That's right. Never drop the egg directly into boiling water. Boulder, I watched a jelly VOD. Why are you insane about burgers? What burger crimes has Boulder committed? Hey Mouse, how was birthday trip? Yeah, Stupuff, the birthday trip was very good. I brought home a lot of peaches. I just ate 2 of them. It's a lot of peach, but that's okay. Thank you, Lemonade, for Lemonade Standing for resubbing. Hi Mouse, hi chat. I'm scared. Don't be scared. Wait a second, this isn't Moon. It's not August. I'm sorry to tell you. It's a full week of Sekimeya. There's no Moon to be had. But there will be Moon afterward. Peaches are delicious. Peaches are my favorite fruit. Okay, so Boulder says cheeseburgers are specifically minimal hamburgers that have cheese. Anything extra is something else. So wrong. And then Natsuni says, I think he said a burger with tomato, lettuce, and a cheese was not a cheeseburger. So wrong. Okay. All right. It has cheese on it. Should I run a Metazoo bet? Yeah, you can run a Metazoo bet. We'll do the dolls in a few minutes here. I'm just wasting time right now because I'm in like the middle of a level on the Tiny Bookshop game and I can't save in the middle of it. All right. I'm out of the Tiny Bookshop level. There we go. All right. Let me make sure nothing doxable is left on my screen. Why do they call it a bacon double cheeseburger then? Great question. I don't know if they have those in Finland. I didn't enjoy Tiny Bookshop. Not enough gameplay. I guess I'm not cozy. It has... for me, it has enough gameplay just because there's like the selling them automatically. There's the recommended, sorry, I had to vote in the poll. There's like the recommendation thing, and then there is the decorations that you have to swap between. And then additionally, there's like side quests that you have to be doing for both areas and people. So for me, it was enough, but not all of those are gameplay. They're just streams of play, so. Cheese is such a minimal and expected feature of a burger. If you're letting it be a name brand, you're getting ripped off. cheese is not an expected feature of a burger. The point is that the burger has cheese on it, so it's a cheeseburger. Okay, whatever. Thank you, Master Segways, for subbing. Can you throw on zoodle so I can amass a shitload of cheddar? Thanks, Sweaty. Yeah, we'll throw on zoodle. Okay. I've never eaten a burger. It's probably for the best, August. All right. You're free from caring about this. Okay, all right. So here we go. Dole, we'll move Metazua to last. Dole first. From Jaws to Death. Jaws of Death comes from Act 3, Scene 4 of Twelfth Night. Excellent play. When Antonio says he snatched Viola, who he thinks is Sebastian, out of the jaws of death, he continues, relieved him with such sanctity of love, and to his image, which methought did promise most venerable worth, did I devotion. Excellent play. Excellent play. A unanimous vote not to remove Homestuck from Monomod. Incredible. Oh, I should put an ad out on Discord before I do this. Sorry. There we go. 12th Night better than Expedition 33. That's true. Okay, so we start with Jaws. A 5-letter word. Blank Jaws, a predatory businessman. Blank Jaws, not so hurtful. Blank Jaws, part of a pool. Something to guide you. Animal with big jaws in Jaws. A shark. Okay. Predatory business person is a loan shark. Change a letter in loan to get a certain European. Change one letter in loan to get an area. Homophone of loan, that sounds solitary, would be loan. Okay. There are 2 blank loans on a certain field. Hello, it's not hello, Aman. Welcome. The blank loan, one of many small holes in loan. Change one letter in loan to get an area. Loan, something to guide you. Loan. Blank loan, part of a pool, or blank loan, not so hurtful. Blueprints coded dull. It's pretty good. Hey, Talisman. Predatory business person, all of them. That's true. Boulder, what do you think a grilled cheese should be called? All right, working backward from death. Let's see. Doesn't help me. Let's see. Lone Star to guide you? No, North Star is probably, we probably get north here somewhere. What are many small holes? The blank lone. If the question is the Star Wars one, I'm screwed because I don't know. I don't know anything about Star Wars. You find backwards way harder. It depends on the day for me. One letter in loan to get an area. Zone? Okay. All right. The blank zone where many work in Star Wars. I have a bad... There are 2 end zones on a field. Nice. Okay. Blank end, not so hurtful. Deep end is a part of a pool. The blank oh god. Blank deep, not so hurtful. Skin deep. One of many small holes in the skin is a pore. Change a letter in pore to get a certain European. It's probably that one, but I feel like I'm saying a slur. Oh, thank you, Man Advancers, for resubbing. Greetings, Mouse. Up until 2 days ago, I did not know what a labubu was. I'm sorry you had to learn, and I got the answer to this in chat while I was there, so thank you. The blank pole where many work in Star Wars, North Pole. The star. Okay. There we go. All right. Thank you, Rattle. As always, a fun jaunt. Sale on money, Big Mouse Roya, Twitch bucks. Yep, I have a gift sub sale going on. Like I promised, I'll be doing it for all of my streams this week to conclude Sekimeya for my birthday. So if anybody wants to get gift subs, now's the time to do it. I'll do another sale at Christmas. So hold your money for the sales, is my opinion. All right. That's Rattle. Now, clues by Sam. Difficulty medium. What is a Polestar? I don't know. It was a Star Wars thingy. I don't know. Star Wars had a holiday special, right? Or Santa in the North Pole canonical? God, I hope so. All right, Nicole is one of Terry's 4 innocent neighbors. One of the 2 criminals neighboring Hilda is in row 3. Okay. Shouldn't have bought that plane ticket with, okay, thanks. Very, very cool. Okay, so Nicole is one of Terry's 4 innocent neighbors. So we now know that the rest of these are also innocent. And this is no longer relevant. Now, there's an odd number of criminals neighboring Isaac. Well, that doesn't help me, does it? There's an odd number of innocents above Karen. Where the fuck is Karen? An odd number of innocents. Okay, that means Gary is a criminal. Emma and Donald have 5 innocent neighbors in total. I'm not looking at chat for this one because I want to get it all on my own. Okay, Emma and Donna have 5 innocent neighbors in total. So one of the 2 criminals neighboring Hilda is in row 3, which means that Donald is innocent. Emma and Donald have 5 innocent neighbors in total. Okay. So Donald can only have 1 or 2. Okay. Isaac is one of Emma's 4 innocent neighbors, which means that Donald only has 1 innocent neighbor, which means that Hilda is a criminal. Okay. Emma and Gary have 2 innocent neighbors in common. Where the fuck is Gary? Here's Gary. Emma and Gary have 2 innocent neighbors in common. So that means that 2 of these people are innocent. One of the 2 neighbors. Okay, we go with this one. There's an odd number of criminals neighboring Isaac. So we know that there's 1 here because only 2 of these are... No, we don't know that for sure. Never mind. Emma has 4 innocent neighbors. We know that this is 1. They have 2 innocent neighbors, so that means Amy has to be innocent. 2 of Karen's 4 criminal neighbors are neighboring Gary. So Karen has 4 criminal neighbors. We see 2, and 2 of them are neighboring Gary. So that means that either Janet or Freya is a criminal, which means Ryan has to be innocent. Okay. Emma and Nicole have 5 innocent neighbors in total. Why do I keep forgetting where Emma is? She's right here. Okay, Emma and Nicole have 5 innocent neighbors in total. So we know that Emma has 4, which means that Nicole only has 1 innocent neighbor, which means Terry is a criminal. Emma and Donald have 5 innocent neighbors in total. This is done. Okay. Emma and Gary have 2 innocent neighbors in common. We know that one of these is innocent and one of these is... So this is one of them, and then one of these is innocent and one of these is guilty. 2 of Karen's 4 criminal neighbors are neighboring Gary. So... yeah. So she has 4. So that means 1, 2, 3, which means that Paula 4, which means that Paula is innocent. There are exactly 3 innocents below Brian. Okay, 1, 2. So Will is also innocent. Emma has more criminal neighbors than Vince. So Emma has 1 criminal neighbor, which means that Vince has none. There are an odd number of criminals neighboring Isaac. So it can't be 3, so it has to just be 1, which means that Emma is innocent. Emma has more criminal neighbors than Will. Emma only has 1, so Vince is innocent. An odd number of innocents in column B, neighbor Janet. An odd number of innocents in column B, neighbor Janet. So that means has to be just Emma, which means we're done. That's it. What's a Joe? I don't know. I hope I find out someday. 4 minutes, not too bad for a medium. Not too bad with an audience. Nicely done, thank you. Yeah, got through it. Okay. I hope for, I don't know what the predictions look like, but are the predictions closed? It bugs out on my OBS. Or are we good? For Metazua. The contrast between Mouse and Joe's streams. That must have been funny. We're good? Okay. Alright. It's close. Okay. Alright. Those saying 4 to 5. Let's just hope we're not going to the bird zone. Let's just hope we're not going to the bird zone. Go to the bird zone. Oh no! Alright. We're gonna go somewhere worse than the bird zone. We're going to the insect zone. I'm so sorry, chat. Are we going praying mantis? Oh no. Oh. Ooh. Crustaceans and hexapods. Pick your poison. All right, we're gonna take a fiddler crab. We're in the crab zone. 3. We got it in 3. Is that good? Yes, that's good. That is very, very good. Oh, shit. Oh, man. I'm celebrating that one. I'm celebrating that one. I'm celebrating that one by redeeming my own emotional support, Sai. That's it. There he is. Crack open a White Claw. Tempted. 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 All right. They should make a metazoo that's all known animals. Are you trying to kill me, Boulder? All right, we got time to kill before Joe gets here. Is he still streaming? Have you tried the plant version? It's miserable. Yeah, it is. We could look at the plant version. Don't make bets on this one because it's not good, folks. It's not a happy time. You finished this fight? Okay. All right. Let's look at the plant version of Metazua and get mad, okay? How about this? Well, give what's a plant? Vertiplante is a clod of around 450,000 species of eukaryotic organisms. Holy shit. I'm gonna type Daisy. I remember getting mad playing this because it didn't have any of the flowers I wanted to guess. Okay. All right. We're in the mesangiospermi or whatever. You know, vibes based. I see a calla lily there. Nope, it's not. Can I put lily? Can I put lily? Can I put tiger? Okay. Nope. Plant parents out there, what's the most mouse adjacent plant? Good question. Hi Medhead, nice to see you here. Yeah, I think this one's a plant is the extent of my knowledge. Yep. I see. Is that a forget-me-not? Could it be a forget-me-not? Nope. It's not that. Those are both asterids, and this one isn't. What about this? This one looks like a marigold. Is it a nope, marigold isn't in here. Okay, all right. What about oh, this is lantana. No, nope, no lantana. Does it have harebell? Nope. Or orchid. You know, orchid is an interesting pull, but no. I'm afraid orchid is the same thing as a tiger lily, so it's not that. Listen, I've played Animal Crossing and have a deep knowledge of plants and flowers. This is clearly a hyacinth. Okay. Hyacinth is in here. Nope, we're in the flower zone. That's, you know. I'm telling you, bluebonnet can be correct. It could be if it were in here. Try blueberry. Okay. All flowering plants probably includes fruit bearing trees. Probably, yeah. Blueberry. Okay. All right. Can we give me peach? Give me peach. Nope. Not. Grass? Grass? No? Although grass is contained in this category. You got any carrots? Go fish. How about strawberry? Nope. What? Let's press the hint button. Let's press the hint button. Oh, it's a magnolia. Oh, no, it's not. It's not a magnolia. It's tulip tree. What do you mean? Nutmeg? Mace. Nutmeg? Cinnamon? I'm just listing the things in the description. Avocado? No? Poppy, allspice, vanilla, black pepper. Another hint. Another hint. Oh, yeah, of course. Piperolis. Oh, just, of course. Obviously. We all know about piperolis. Egg? This is what I sound like describing the flower I went to the person in the store. It's pineapple. No. It's who they're pipping in their route. I know. It's gotta be eggplant. Oh yeah, it's definitely eggplant. Yeah. 3 remaining. Black pepper. Black pepper. Black pepper. All right, there's. Thank you, J.W. Bleeder, for first try. First try. I'd love to see you do catfishing. What's that? Is that like a dull? The Wikipedia guessing game. I see. Black pepper is some sort of magnolia is what I'm getting? Apparently. Okay, all right. Guess the article. Oh, God. Songs written by Kesha. What? I don't even know a Kesha song. Fuck. She... Nope, that's Carly Rae Jepsen. Nope, that's... Does she wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy? That's Kesha, maybe? What is it? Don't stop. Timber. Okay. Oh, hey, Raid. Hey. Hey, Joe, hey, Raiders. Wait, this is an Expedition 33? No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm sorry. Thank you, Annie, for Prez, for resubbing. Sitting in my egg chair waiting for Shiroya City to end. We're out of Shiroya City. We are in another one. We are in Katsuki City. Oh shoot, I got a sub on here. Congratulations. I guess the article from his category. Oh god. 1620 and the 13 colonies. American political philosophy literature. 13 colonies document. Oh lord almighty.
Hello, I'm sorry.
Oh god, you're here. Hello.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Why are you sorry?
I'm late. I'm 15 minutes late.
Well, you were gonna eat a protein bar and stuff, right?
Yeah, I could still do that, but like I'm still late. It's bad. I don't want to be late.
It's okay. We were hanging out. We were doing doles. We were having a great time.
Did you do rattle?
I did all of the doles. Yeah, we're doing additional doles now. We're doing supplementary doles.
Did I do rattle today? Let me see.
I don't know.
I did not. Jaws death. Ooh. Okay.
Punish him? Okay. Does anyone know any documents from Plymouth? American political philosophy.
Okay, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Then I'm gonna go eat a protein bar and get some water.
Okay, all right. Good luck.
Sorry again for being late. Be back.
The Mayflower bullshit. Mayflower contract. Yeah, the Mayflower comp. Woo! Okay, yeah, that's it. The Mayflower compact. All right, got it. Okay. Courts and tribunals established in 1945. Netherlands and the United Nations. Organizations based. Oh no. This is I've been trapped into doing time guesser. Is it the International Criminal Court? No, International Court of Justice. That's close enough. All right. I thought it was Nuremberg, but I couldn't remember what Nuremberg. Oh god, okay. 20th century American guitarists, male musicians, 1966 births, 2004 deaths. Deaths by firearm in Ohio. Filmed deaths of entertainers, Pantera members, victims of mass shoot. What the fuck kind of dole is this? Musicians who died on stage is a category? I didn't know someone from Pantera died on stage. How did I find out this way? What was this person's name? Someone help. I don't know Pantera members either. Ooh. John Pantera. Pitbull dying like this. A Daryl Dimebag? Dimebag. That's close enough. Come on. Dimebag. Okay. Autonomous cities. Populous places established in 1580. Provinces of Argentina. Oh, God. I don't know what the capital of Argentina is. You really did trap me into doing Time Guesser by a different name as soon as Joe rated. That's so mean, August. Why'd you do that? Okay. All right. That was really mean. 20th century English novelists. Born in 1953, an anarchist writer from Northampton. Comic strip cartoonist. This is the guy who made Dilbert. British occultists, British postmodern writers, weird fiction writers. It's probably is Alan Moore. Yeah, it probably is Alan Moore. Yeah, Alan Moore is a good guess. That was chat's guess. Okay. People from Marrakesh, Spanish women fashion designers. Oh, fuck if I know. French jewelry designers. So this is a Spanish Italian person from France who moved to Switzerland and Morocco at some point. This person has an interesting life. Is it Coco Chanel? No, Paloma Picasso. Okay. All right. Oh my God. Look at this fucking bisexual novelist, feminist poet from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Oh my God. If you don't get this, you're not woke. Like half of these categories apply to me. What do you mean? Hello, Jack. They have Bethlehem in the USA. Yeah, Bethlehem, PA exists. All of these are Wikipedia categories from the person's page. Yes, these all describe the same person. So we're trying to guess who this is. You were studied by Sigmund Freud. It would have been too much for him. Born in 1886. Yeah, that one especially applies to me. Died in 1961. I don't know who this was, actually. Does anybody have a guess? You have a Google answer? It's HD? Oh, Hilda Doolittle, that's right. HD. Oh, she wrote with the Imagists. Yeah, she was with Ezra Pound and they all became little fascists together. That's right. I remember that from undergrad. Okay. All right. I never would have came up with that on my own though. They did. The Imagists all became little fascists together. It was crazy. Okay. All right. Anyway, 1950s in comedy, comic debuts. Is this Mad Magazine? Is this Mad Magazine? It could be Mad Magazine. It's got to be Mad Magazine, right? Yeah, it's Mad. Okay. All right. All right. Oh boy. 1873 establishments in Hungary, capitals in Europe, county seats in Hungary, landmarks in Hungary. Is Budapest the capital of Hungary? Please help. Spa towns. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. That one I did. Okay, fine. All right. More people. If I understand this correctly, more people guessed TikTok spelled like. Is it spelled like that for the song? That sucks. All right. It's spelled like that on the song. Yeah, that sucks. What were people? Oh, a lot of people guessed Coco Chanel. Interesting. Sylvia Plath. That's a weird guess. All right. Have you played Semantle before? No. Daily word guessing game. The nearest word has a... Oh, Jesus. The objective is to guess the secret word. Each guess must be a single word. It will inform you how semantically similar. It's not about spelling, it's about meaning. This one's fun. If I read that right, only 2% of people got HD. That makes sense, yeah. This one takes too long to be fun. Well, we have until Joe gets back. All right, mouse. It's not very similar to mouse. I just forgot every other word in the English language. What a mouse, rat? No, it's not going to be an animal. It's not going to be a. It's probably not an animal. It's probably not. It's probably like a verb or an adjective. We're going to type like happily. No, that's even worse. Okay, all right. Egg. Egg is the closest so far, but we're still not good. We're still not good. Okay. What about like an nope, further away. Okay. All right. Egg is not closer. Oh, that's worse. Higher number is better. Sorry, I was thinking 1 is... Okay, so is it... It's the meaning that's closer, right? Not like the length of it. I've never done this before. So like, yeah, like emotion, it's me. Okay. It's like emotion is a little bit higher. So happily was the closest one. Sekimantically. Jolly. It's still close. Ecstatic. No. Oh, ecstatic is the worst one so far then. What the fuck? How is ecstatic that far? Sorry. It's not an emotion. Okay. The top line gives some context. I don't know what you mean. Oh, I see. The nearest word has a similarity of 87.26. Want to enter something random like car or moon. Vacation? No. No. So it's... it's somehow happily is closer to it, and like somehow happily is the closest we've got, and then mouse is the closest after that, but somehow ecstatic is rated as less than anything else. I don't know how the semantically similar thing works, because ecstatic and happily seem closer to me than happily and mouse. So yeah, they're all too far to be useful. Okay. All right. Oh, well, we'll just fucking guess, like, we'll just fucking guess some bullshit then. We'll just go, we're looking at things on my desk. We're...
What is the goal?
This game fucking sucks. Creatine? Yeah. This is a game where you have to guess things and decide how semantically similar they are to the word we're guessing at.
Oh.
It's
happily.
What about a verb? What does hint do? Look at hint. Oh, bully is 1 out of 1,000 proximity to it. Okay. Bully just gives you one.
What do you mean 1 out of 1,000?
It's the 1,000th nearest word in their database of words to the word that they want.
Encourage.
Encourage? No. School. No. Education. No. This has nothing to do with this. In honor of Umineko, how about fighter? Fighter. Destroy. Punch. Enemy. Up. Enemy. Bully. Nemesis. No. King. This game kind of sucks. I'm bored. Thank you, Taco Zabiria, for resubbing with Happy Egg Day. Happy birthday, Mouse. Happy birthday, Toe. Happy early birthday to you.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. You don't like this one? Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not a fan of this one. Mistake. Nope. All right. I'm not keeping that one on the list.
Antagonize.
No, it's off the screen, man.
Yo, give up so we know what it is. This is a mystery forever.
This is a mystery. Oh my god. Okay. Hukes is the most similar so far. I hit the hint again. Okay.
What?
Do you want to keep going?
I want you to give up so I know what the word is and get mad. This game sucks. How is bully and
clerk?
Hukes?
Bum.
What?
Nose. Is this it? Imposter. Roommate. Crewmate? No, not crewmate. Kidder. Oh. What are we doing? Mouse cord users on their way to suggest them as ass dull. This is really funny. I'm giving. Do you want to guess at this, or do you want me to give up? Because I really want to give up.
I want to know what the word is.
Okay, we're hitting the give up button. Yeah.
Give up. Yeah.
The word, of course, was someone.
Oh. How is pukes closer to someone than bully? How is nose?
August makes a good point. This is a perfect preface to the Sekimeya quiz. That's true. That's true. How you doing? How you feeling after Expedition 33?
I really like the game, but it's making me mad sometimes, and I don't know. Like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to lie and just be like, yeah, everything's fine right now. It's like, no, like I'm having a bad time about this thing specifically, and I keep prefacing it with being like, you know, I don't know, maybe it's fine, but like, it just feels wrong to me right now. It's like, yeah, I'm not happy.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's not a big deal. It's just I'm still really enjoying the game. It's really cool. How am I sounding? Am I okay?
You sound okay to me. How do you sound to chat? Chat, what do you think? How does he sound? There you go. C is Lante. Thanks for stopping by. Sounds kind of sad.
I just had a melted protein bar. It's probably easy to digest if it's melted, right? And
yeah, sure. Why?
It's just so hot here.
Well, luckily now you get a break from games that do things to make you upset to do the Sekimeiya quiz, which has never made you upset ever.
Yay!
Yay! Sven needs a juice box with a little straw. Stat. Which kind of juice box would you want? Would you want like an apple juice or like a mysterious wild berry?
Kind of a wild berry, maybe. I don't know. Apple juice can be a bit refreshing when you're thirsty. Orange juice is probably my favorite juice of all time, but it's a bit much. You know what I mean? Like it's a strong flavor. A berry would be good. Definitely wild berry.
Yeah, I like wild berry. The low buzzing sound that is pulsating is in fact the music of Sekimeiya. That is not a mic error. That's just what the Sekimeiya sounds like. I'm sorry. You
We're in the pulsing universe.
Yeah, I love it when you have like artificial flavors that just sound like that. They just taste like they just taste like artificial. Like a lot of like lollipops and stuff that just taste like they just taste like orange. It doesn't taste like orange the fruit. It just tastes orange. You just know the fake orange flavor. Actual question, what's the T in the title supposed to be? Probably a reference to Persona 3. Well. So, let's return to where we were, shall we? Can you see it? You have it on Discord?
I can see it. I have it on Discord. Yes,
okay.
Yes.
All right. So for those adventurers who weren't with us last stream and have decided to join us this stream, we're on stream 2 or 3, I don't know, of Sekimeiya quiz. Chapter 5 of Sekimeiya is a quiz. So we're inside the mind of Katsuki going through whatever he's done so far. So Katsuki is working out how exactly the Sekimeiya works. So he's locked himself in to figure out how they work into a you know, I've forgotten nearly everything. Like, I can't even explain this right now. This is really bad. So basically, Katsuki is currently in World A by himself because everybody else has been yeeted out of the tower.
Oh god, I'm realizing just how much I'm not ready for this.
Yes, yep. You just listened to me have the same realization live on stream. So basically, at this point, we know. Here, what do you want me to do a recap?
Sure.
Okay, so here we go. At this point, we know there are 3 different Sekimeiya worlds: World A, World B, and World C. Those aren't the order that we saw them in. Those are the names that the quiz has given them for us. So the first world that we saw in chapter 1 was actually World B. This is the world in which Katsuki and Shiroya came to the tower and then ended up not being able to get out at the end. In chapter 2, we saw World C, which is Mia's world, in which Shiroya was dead and Katsuki and Mia came to the tower. And in that world, everyone was found alive and safe. And then we have World A, which is seen in chapter 3, in which Kite wasn't in the tower, and the only person found alive in the tower was Katsuki. So, the reason that they aren't in the order that I just delivered them is because World A, the one that Katsuki in, is the original timeline, basically. And so that was the timeline that ended up splitting off. So currently Katsuki is alone in that world because everybody else has been out of it, and he's figuring out the mechanics of how the Sekimeiya worked, and we're being quizzed on it as we go. So essentially there are 2 Sekimeiya, and the mechanics work. One Sekimeiya goes to the future and one Sekimeiya goes to the past. So that's how they work normally, and when that happens, you stay in the same timeline in the same world. By the way, I'm not looking at chat because if I talked and looked at chat right now at the same time, it would absolutely not work. So hold any communication you want to get to me for a while. So one Sekimeiya goes to the future and one Sekimeiya goes to the past. So that works normally within the same timeline, except when the 2 Sekimeiya are in a certain proximity of each other and they are both able to be used. They're both activated. So when someone touches one of the Sekimeiya and it is in range of the other Sekimeiya and they are both able to be used, it triggers a world transfer instead. So before, whenever they touched a Sekimeiya and like nobody moved, we thought that was them going to the future, and that could happen, but what that actually was is them going to a different timeline. So whenever there was the weird scene where Arena touched the Sekimeiya and only Sai disappeared, it's because everybody else was in range of the other Sekimeiya and they all world hopped, but Sai only traveled in time because he wasn't caught in both areas of effect. So if all the people who get transferred have to be in the area effect of both Sekimeiya, just fuck it, like I'm not even continuing down that. Just trust me that that's how it works. Anyway, so Katsuki locked himself up in the attic. Katsuki locked himself up in the attic and was like, I'm going to become a genius of the Sekimeiya. And then he started doing a bunch of math that you can honestly go read for yourself if you want. But basically how it works is the Sekimeiya simulates things in the past based on the future, or things in the future based on the past. And this is where we get into the Sekimeiya is basically just magic Lamau, because essentially what's happening is the Sekimeiya is simulating what could possibly happen in the future in order to place you somewhere in the past. So if you're like in the future, it would be possible for me to pick up the pen in the living room, so I could have the pen when I travel. It will be like, yeah, totally, you can have that pen. That's cool. So it is somewhat based on intentionality and what you think is possible and should happen and should be true about yourself when you get there. So that's the bullshit that lost me. And then what I really appreciate, lost you too. Okay, all right. Yeah. So what I really appreciate about this is that without going into spoiler territory, I think that on Joe's stream this year, he's seen a couple of examples of visual novels and other things that have sort of like foolproof criticism gating, where it's like, well, You can't criticize that. It's just because it's part of the diegetic world of the story, and so like it's meant to be that way. It's meant to be bad. Like it's supposed to be like that. And so the really fantastic revelation of last stream, I think, is that the 3 timelines that we're hopping across, we did get confirmation that it's 3. The 3 timelines that we're hopping across exist because of the decisions that are being made in them. So and they can't exist otherwise. So all of the bad ends that we've seen up until now are due to people making choices that did not fit into the production of these 3 timelines. So for example, whenever Katsuki is like, well, I'm just going to go to the living room, and then I'm gonna wait there for 16 minutes, and that means that the Sekimeiya will be able to register my position correctly. If he just left before those 16 minutes were over or whatever, the timeline just wouldn't let him do that. Like that would just become a bad end, and we would switch to the timeline where he does do it. Like none of the timelines that don't fit into this narrative exist as far as we're concerned, which means that the Sekimeiya fans in chat can, anytime you give them any criticism, can be like, oh, well, that's just a fake timeline. Like that's just something that could have happened, but it didn't happen because it would make the story impossible to happen. So that means, you know, like it doesn't matter, which fucking sucks. So wait, that's what I was impressed by.
Is that why the bad ends happen? Because you made a decision that, that violates a location that the Sekimeiya wants you to be at later on?
It might not necessarily be that, but it violates like the story that's being told here, and so it can't exist. Remember how like the bad ends would be like, this is a world that can't exist. This is the creation of a story in order to give you more information, but that story can't actually happen. That's what that was about.
Yeah, it definitely happened with like, because Shiroya didn't go back to the building, that means she violated the story, and some of the stuff she already happened couldn't have happened. So I don't know. That would actually be an interesting thing to go back and find out. Actually, I'd be interested to see if that's consistent.
The Sekimeiya fans in chat are like, I've never heard anyone argue that. I just invented a guy. I wasn't saying that anybody is doing that. It's just that they can do that. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Oh, you've leveled up streaming. You're inventing a guy. Okay, that's good. Yeah,
I am. Yeah,
inventing a guy. Yeah. So I am so lost that I forget. Did Katsuki leave the attic last stream?
Yes.
And he went downstairs and heard them come back, and then he used they used the Sekimeiya and left again, right?
First of all, thank you, Annie for Prez, for giving out 5 gift subs, and a sub to Godot is here. That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you. 5 out of 5. Thank you. Thank you.
Did we find out someone killed someone else too? It was
we found out Kate killed Naomi. Okay, so last stream. Oh my god. So last stream, he went and hid in the storeroom and he heard Mia's voice. And that's what kicked off all of the theorizing in the attic, basically. Then he goes and listens to like what the other group is doing. And Kate found a Sekimeiya in hallway B. Then he locks himself in the attic. And then shortly before stream ended, he starts thinking about what must have happened during chapter 1 in world B. We figured out that Kate is the one who shut down the computer. We figured out that Naomi from world A world hopped and then took the elevator down, and that's who we heard. So basically Kate found Naomi and killed her, and the other Naomi overheard him. And went and hid the Sekimeiya in the storeroom. Hey.
Okay. I think I'm ready, but I think it's going to be a couple lines for me to. Oh, do we have assignments?
We do. I just didn't send them to you. I'm sorry. I forgot.
That's okay.
Here you go, buddy. I like the stupid "it happens this way because that's the only way things make sense" type BS that's happening here. It gives me a kind of existential dread. Yeah, I mean, I think it's like, I think it's a clever way to set it up. I just think it's funny that it also does set up like a defensible tautology for anyone who says like, why didn't they do X thing? And it's like, well, if they did X thing, the story would have been different. So we're living in the reality where they didn't do it. Like, you know, I think it's kind of funny. Traumatized by Umi fans? Yeah.
Okay, so right now we're early on in in episode 1, which is world B. So we're like we're trying to figure out like where the Sekimeiya was, and not every single time with stuff.
Yeah, we're trying to walk through what happened in chapter 1, basically.
Okay. All right. And are we like 50-50 rate for getting these right so far? I feel like we've gotten just as many wrong as we got right.
I have no idea. Wait, so since the one place where the least were left alive was the one without Kate, that means that Kate is actually important for building safety? Well.
Oh.
True. Okay.
You have some people to say thank you to, by the way.
I thought I did. Oh, yeah, I did. I said thank you. Did I say thank you?
Did you?
I thought I said thank you.
Did I blank out with Annie for Prez gift subs and I like?
I didn't read the names of the, would you like to read the names of the people who got gift subs?
No, it's okay. They're gone. Sorry. I'm like dreading Sekimeiya, I guess.
Okay. Thank you, Annie, for Prez. For gifting those
like,
subs again.
I feel unprepared. Sorry, my bad. All right. I'm looking forward to the ending, actually.
To AMQ111, Booty Too Fruity, Kasara, Buy My Statue, and Tim Interante. There you go. Bought you another 10 seconds.
All right, I'm ready.
Is there a reason, or do you know the reasons why the timelines break down if the actions don't lead to timeline A, B, or C? Nope, we don't know yet. Probably will know eventually, but who knows? All right.
My guess is because we're already so far into their creation that with other like no, I'm probably wrong about that. I'm just thinking of another time travel version. But my immediate thought would be that we're into so many cycles and loops already that if you deviate and cause a destruction, that would mean that a bunch of stuff couldn't have happened before. It would create paradoxes and shit. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Crazy Fist, for gifting 20 subs. Oh my god. To the channel. I'm not reading all of those out loud. I'm sorry. That's very, very generous of you. Thank you. You can read them if you want, Joe.
Axes, Pogo Stick Pilgrim, Chen DZ, Zoebot, Squid Bleach, Topical, Zardak, A Small Truth, Dipdu, Kichbo Jangles, Aceref, Shyambi, I always say that wrong, Viking Death, Crazy Fist, no, Fee 41, sorry, Pie Hat, Bob99, The Dial, Wicho, Big Fat Daddy 12, The Hungry Walrus, and Jolly Javelin.
Wow. Anything to stall Sekimeiya? Yeah. Personally, when I was playing, I overthought myself into thinking the timelines weren't real, and it was a single timeline with a bunch of people acting or having lost their memories. So in my version of events, there's 30 people running around the building at all times. That's more fun. It would be cool if the gas was just swamp gas and they're all hallucinating.
Psychic Squid.
Psychic Squid. All right, so now I'm gonna look at the voice assignments. All right. Would you like to be the voice in Katsuki's head for a while?
Yes.
Okay. Right.
It's a bit cramped in there. Who hid the third Sekimeiya in the storeroom?
Thank you to Balder for gifting 5 subs to okay whatever. Sinzioni Mugalone. No, not the do not. Oh fuck, I know. Jewel Seeker and Sad Push Pop. All right, thanks, Boulder.
Who hid the third Sekimeiya in the storeroom? That happened before Shiroya, Akara, and I walked down from the 6th floor. I don't believe it was Kate because he's likely the one who hid the 2 working Sekimeiya. If he wanted to also hide the 3rd, which was originally in the event room, he would have done so while we were asleep.
Thank you, Double Jumper, for gifting 5 subs to Lumastatics, Knighted Link, MLP fan, Kromplik, and Violet VA Bond. Violet Vabond? All right.
Vagabond, maybe?
Vagabond.
I don't believe the other Naomi would have wanted to leave it there either. There's one last likely candidate, Sai. After Kate said that Naomi didn't want to return, the others investigated the crystal floor while Shiroya and I waited next to the elevator on the 4th floor. We were told exactly what happened. Sai guarded hallway A from the stairs, while Kate guarded hallway B and the lobby. As the hallway B rooms were inspected, Sai could have gone to the event room to pick the gemstone and hide it in the storeroom. Then he let the others discover that it had disappeared and asked Hikaru to go find us.
When they came and told me what had happened, I thought you two had to get down here. Since we're dealing with this situation, I found it appropriate to join up and make sure nothing slipped away.
Why would he have done that? Wait, we're still in the attic. At that point, we hadn't learned about the Sekimeiya's powers yet. During the morning, Sai's attitude was different from how it was later. He often talked with me about what he thought and was visibly enjoying what was happening around him. When did that change exactly?
Yeah, we're in the attic, but trying to piece together what happened in chapter 1, basically.
Yeah. I believe it was when we found out about time travel, he became a lot more reserved and hard to read. If he hid the Sekimeiya so early, his motive likely aligned to his original attitude. Oh, I'm getting mixed up a bit because we went downstairs and talked about hidden Sekimeiya.
Yeah.
The part I'm remembering is when he went downstairs and everyone disappeared and he found the 2 Sekimeiya on the floor. That's when he took it up to the attic and started the shit. Okay,
exactly.
Okay, it's okay.
It's all coming back to you now.
It's Celine Dion. It's all coming back to me. Okay. All right, the event room and hallway A weren't being recorded. He chose the storeroom, another place without cameras. Later on, he acted as if he'd found it there, so I don't think his intention was to keep it. Did he do it for fun? Or did he have a better reason? In any case, it's likely he already knew that he would point the finger at Kate, who he immediately accused. So, going back a little, when we found the past Sekimeiya in room B4, we thought it was the one that disappeared from the event room. After putting it in the cabinet, we split up and searched both hallways for the person who made a sound. During that time, the past Sekimeiya was hidden somewhere else, while the third Sekimeiya was in the storeroom.
Can I say something controversial?
Sure.
I think if I spent like 20 more hours with the document, I could have figured most of this out. I do think that. I don't think there's a world in which I would have done that, but I think I could have.
Why don't you use the Sekimeya and improve it? Go back in time.
Who hid the past Sekimeiya? Oh god. Oh. Okay.
Can you go to the selection for a second? I'm curious about something. Can you like just mouse over like Sai? Okay, so it says Sai A, B, C. What if you do Mia? Why is there Mia A, B, and C?
Because Mia existed in World B before she died, and we have evidence that the Sekimeiya was around before she died, right? So.
Okay, so is that going to be relevant later, or is it just to fuck you up? Because so far the only Mia we've seen is Mia C, right?
Yeah, I think it'll be relevant later. Jelly says the world in which you did figure it out could have happened, but it would have interfered with the story being told, so it was a bad end. Thank you, Jelly.
Okay, so let's review what it's asking. So we know that Sai hid the fake Sekimeiya or the future Sekimeiya, or it's the third Sekimeiya.
I don't know which is which. Yeah, I don't know which one it is.
Okay, so Sai hid that one. So it's not Sai.
So
who hid the future one? Kate hid one. Kate hid one, right? Kate hid one. Sai hid one. So it has to be Hikaru hid one. Because they're the only ones that know this shit, right? I don't know which Hikaru though.
Except Naomi A is also wandering around.
Does she know what's happened though? Or did she world hop without even understanding what just happened?
She world hopped without understanding what happened, but she knows that Kite killed the past her and like is trying to steal the Sekimeiya. So she might hide the Sekimeiya from him.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we agree it's one of those two? Oh, hold on. First of all, do we agree that it's not Kate or Sai again?
It would probably have to be Naomi because everybody else was grouped up with people, right? Was everybody else grouped up with people at that time?
When did the I think the past Sekimeiya was hidden before that? Before Naomi, was it when Naomi was killed?
This says after putting it in the cabinet, we split up and searched both hallways for the person who made the sound. During that time, it was hidden somewhere else while the third Sekimeiya was in the storeroom. So don't we think it was probably Naomi who hid it?
Go back a little. When we found the past Sekimeiya room before, that was the one that was situated in the event room. I think the cabinet was split and searched both hallways for the person who made the sound. During that time, the Sekimeiya was hidden somewhere else.
God, this feels like a pop quiz on the first day after summer break. Holy shit.
We're asking how the past Sekimeiya was hidden before all this happened. So before we went upstairs and Sai got like Akaro to go get us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's go Naomi.
I don't know, but I think everybody else is.
It's kind of rough in my head what happened here, but let's go Naomi.
Let me.
Which Naomi? Naomi
A.
Is Naomi A?
Naomi A would have world traveled into B. Naomi C is in world A right now. At this point in this story.
Wait, sorry, I'm getting the episodes mixed up. So we're in world B and it goes A, B, right? C. So it is Naomi A. Yeah, it's Naomi A.
Yeah, I think so.
Because we're in episode 1, and episode 1 is world B, episode 2 is world C, and episode 3 is world C.
Yeah, so Naomi B didn't travel anymore anywhere, and Kate killed her. And so Naomi A world traveled in, and then saw Kate, or heard Kate kill the other version of her. And so I think that she would have hid the past Sekimeiya, but I don't know. I think they were split up during this time, and they were all together, but I don't know.
So the Naomi that gets up at the end of one of the timelines and says you're the killer is Naomi A.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she makes it. That means she must have traveled. Wait. I'm so confused. I'm really confused now. I don't remember.
Let's go Naomi A.
I don't know. Yeah, sorry. I've forgotten everything. I didn't study. I'm sorry.
But do we agree backup answer in case we're wrong?
Sire Akaro.
Akaro B?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay.
Must have been Sai? Okay.
What?
Alright, whatever.
It must have been Sai again. The only choices were the people in hallway B. I was told Shiroya and Akaro looked through the rooms while Sai watched the hallway like I did. We had to make sure that the person we were searching for was found, and so the search took a while. During the time Shiroya and Akaro were inside the crystal rooms, Sai had the chance to pick up the key in room B4, take the Sekimeiya from the event room, and then hide it somewhere in hallway B. Okay. I disagree with Katsuki. It could have been Naomi. It could have been. I will not explain my answer. After that, he slipped the cabinet key into Shiroya's purse as soon as possible. By acting like he found the Sekimeiya in the storeroom, he removed any potential blame from himself. I didn't really think about it, but he said we couldn't trust Kate's search and never ended up looking at all the other rooms Kate went through. But still, I'm sure there's another reason Sai did that. I don't know why, but everyone thought only one Sekimeiya existed. By finding the one that didn't work, he made sure we wouldn't search for the one he had hidden. I see, that must be the answer to that question. Why is the Sekimeiya being hidden when it can easily be found? I wonder who knew the truth. I wonder who knew that 3 Sekimeiya existed. The people who did kept hiding them because leaving the third one in the event room cabinet meant no one would look for the others. The quality of their hiding spots hardly mattered. We just found one Sekimeiya and thought that was it. Maybe they were often poorly hidden precisely so that we'd find one and stop the search before coming across another. Kara knew from the beginning, and Sai learned it shortly after. They knew 2 real Sekimeiya existed alongside Zin's fake. For 12 hours, they had a plan in mind to keep one of the real Sekimeiya hidden. If that was achieved, Ashiya would find 2 Sekimeiya and they wouldn't search for the second real one. That was how they intended to pull it off, and why they didn't want anyone else to know the truth. Sekimeiya were hidden countless times, but the intent was rarely to keep them from being found. We still hadn't found the Naomi who'd made the sound, which meant that she had successfully escaped upstairs. That's why we searched through the higher floors. Shiroya and I stayed on the 5th, and although we didn't hear anything, something strange happened with the elevator. Sai heard it 3 times. Based on that, it started from the crystal floor, which was not where we'd last left it. I don't believe Sai lied. Something happened during that time.
Oh god.
That's because in the event room we heard another sound. It was the bathroom's door closing. I don't fucking remember this at all. Then inside it, we found Naomi's second body. However, I later traveled 40 minutes to the past and appeared on the crystal floor before we'd all come back down. And he didn't check the. I remember this. I was mad about this one. I kept a close eye on the bathroom, but nothing happened until Naomi entered it. First of all, why was Naomi not found? We inspected every floor but the attic. As I now understand the attic's footprints, I don't believe that Naomi went back there, especially because she didn't have the key to unlock it. Somehow, the search failed to find her. A different person stayed on each floor, so it's possible one wasn't investigated. The floor the person who used the elevator was supposed to guard. Irina and Isla were on the second floor, Sai was on the third floor, Akara was on the fourth floor, Shoria and I were on the fifth floor, Kate was on the sixth floor.
Oh god. I have no fucking idea.
Again, I don't really understand what it's asking. Is it? This happened like what? Literally 3 months ago for me and you? Like
I know.
A different person stayed on each floor, so it's possible one was investigated. The floor the person who used the elevator was supposed to guard. The floor the person who used the elevator was supposed to guard. Okay, so the text is telling us
it would have to be.
It has to be one of the people it's just named. It's definitely not Irina and Isla. It's definitely not Troya and Katsuki. So it's Sai, Akaro, and Kate. Using the power of multiple choice answers, it's not Sai 3 times in a row. So is it Akaro or is it Kate?
If Sai is the only one who heard the elevator 3 times, it would have to be Akaro, right? Because otherwise Shiroya and Katsuki would have heard it 3 times.
Yeah, with Kate moving up and down. Okay.
Yeah. So
that's a good call, actually. I think it's Akaro. Yeah, that's a good one.
So which Akaro is the question?
I don't think there's been any world hops since at this point. So
it would be Akaro
B. Yeah.
But what if it is Sai again? Then he caused
the
3 elevator trips because he lied about it. That would be.
Yeah. We're gonna pick Sai from now on for every single time that you know. Who killed Sai?
Akaro B.
Akaro B.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go! The strongest candidate to consider is Akaro. Good call on that Sai would hear it and no one else would. We told him we'd left the elevator on the 5th floor, but for some reason it was originally below Sai. If we called it from the 4th, Sai would have heard it. Then he used it to go to the crystal floor. Why though? Probably to steal magic egg. I can't help but remember that it was him who proposed this arrangement. He wanted to stay separated between different floors, leaving the crystal floor vacant. Later, he would have gone back to the 4th floor, and finally he would have sent it to the 5th, where it was supposed to be. Shoria and I wouldn't have noticed that. Ooh, wait, what? Weren't they on the 5th floor? It definitely ended up there. Sai confirmed it when it came from the crystal floor.
Hearing the elevator seems to be a very specific event where the elevator has to actually go up past and through your floor, and if it just arrives at your floor, you don't hear it. I don't know, man. Yeah, there's a weird detail. Yeah, some of us might call that a plot hole.
No, it's not a plot hole. It's that the only place Kate is really lazy when it comes to elevator maintenance, and he only lubes the elevator through the part that he can get when he opens the door.
Between floors.
Yeah. I don't get it though. Why would Akara do that? He knew his trips up and down could be heard, didn't he? At any point, someone could have called the elevator and fucked up this plan. And Irina and Isla didn't hear the elevator even once. I suppose it's possible Akaro stopped on floor 2 and then used the elevator to the crystal floor if he knew that he wouldn't be heard. But if that happened, surely he would have done the same on floor 3 so that Sai wouldn't hear immediately.
Sorry, I need to look at this paragraph.
What?
I don't know what bro is yapping about.
I don't know what that means. Akaro had seen the one. He's gonna get off the elevator? I don't understand what that paragraph means.
I think based on what we just said, it's that he took the elevator to the floor and stopped on it because he knew that they couldn't hear it stop, and then used it again to leave because he knew they couldn't hear it leave, but that it would only have been heard if it moved continuously through the floor. I'm pretty sure that's what they just said. I'm pretty sure that's what they just said.
What kind of fucking elevator is this?
So, is that what this means? So what he's saying is, okay, so my understanding of this
elevator stealth mode.
My understanding of this paragraph is that the elevator only makes sound on a floor if it passes through the floor. If the elevator stops at your floor and then starts moving and goes down past your floor, since it wasn't moving continuously, you wouldn't hear any noise. That is my understanding of what this is supposed to mean.
So Sumari, if you're on floor 4 and you hit floor 1, it's gonna make noise as it passes through floor 3 and 2.
Yes.
However, if you press, I want to go floor 1, 3, 2, 1, and it goes down to 3, stops, down to 2, stops, down to 1, stop, it's silent. I think you're right.
I might have a sprinkler gate right now. It's just so...
What is it with VNs and elevators, man? Very possible with gearless traction motors or pneumatic vacuum system. Okay, thank you, chatter. Thank you. Okay, yeah. Fuck. Akaro had seen that one of the real Sekimeya had been hidden in a cabinet with a damaged temperature wheel. It had changed colors, so he knew it wasn't the one Zin had created. Naomi A was going up the floors ahead of them, but she stopped on the 4th when she realized that was where Akaro would remain. She wanted to collect herself enough to talk to him. Her shock at what Kate had done hadn't faded at all. However, before she did, he was gone.
I'm sorry, I was dead ass laughing at the elevator nowhere defeated Joe once again. Sorry.
If you are the same chatter that was there for the elevator crash out of 2022 during the Ace Attorney streams, you can have a marble, okay? Fucking hell. Oh my god. Akaro had a bad feeling. Something very strange was happening with the Sekimeya, so he needed to see the cleaning cart for himself. When he did, he saw that the one he'd hidden was actually gone. Who had taken it? Not only the one in the cart, but also one of the 2 Akaro had left in the event room before lying on the floor. Silently, Akaro continued watching Kate, but it could have been Naomi as well. Kate was acting like only one Sekimeya existed, and Akaro didn't know the reason. It was rational to conclude that one of them being in a cold cabinet indicated the other was as well. During the previous search, he had looked through that room. He knew there was another cabinet that had been set to 0 degrees C. I wish I could be set to 0 degrees C right now. The other real Sekimeya was there, and it was all he needed. He only had to keep one hidden, but there weren't many places he could think of.
So what's going on for me is that one of the dolls we did mentioned TikTok by Kesha, and my brain is doing a mashup with the background song right now. So it's going, don't stop tonight. Like, it's just going.
That played on my Spotify yesterday, and the first opening made me like laugh out loud. Wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy. I just fucking lost it.
That was what I was saying out loud when you rated today, by the way. That was the first thing they heard me say.
Oh, what an opening. He took the future Sekimeiya out of the cabinet. When he did it, it turned gray immediately, but nothing happened to him. Did it really have time travel powers? He had a hard time believing that, but it had just changed colors before him.
If Joe was set to 0 degrees Celsius, he'd be dead. Please make sure he doesn't do that. Okay, don't do that.
That would heat up right away.
Oh shit.
Right away.
Wait a minute. Oh
Then
shit.
where
We're
did
being
he
quizzed.
hide it?
We're being quizzed.
What do
okay.
you mean?
All right.
What do you mean then where did he hide it?
We got to figure out where they found it. And I've got just the document for us. Okay, hold on. Okay. All right. I recorded this. I have a Sekimeya location timeline. We're so back. It was over, but now we're so back. Okay. All right. So he took the future Sekimeya. So it turned gray, but nothing happened to him. Why did it do that? Wait a minute. This is more interesting to me than the quiz question. So he took the future Sekimeya out of the cabinet. When he did, it turned gray immediately, but nothing happened to him.
Okay, so he world hopped?
No, he must have traveled, but assumed in his head that he should still have it in his hand, so he kept it?
No.
Can it be that?
No.
Can it be that?
Oh god, I don't think Wait, does that work? I thought the only time that you didn't move when you touched the Sekimeya is if you world hop, because when he was using the attic with the future, he was moving like a little bit, remember? It's like he said he shifted just a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, if he took it out of the cabinet and he was touching it immediately after it became warm, that means that he would travel like less than a second, right? So it would like just not matter, because it would just send him slightly to the future when he was still holding it.
But when Katsuki did that upstairs, oh no, he did it with like 10 seconds, didn't he?
Yeah,
And it moved him imperceptibly. Okay, so maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine.
I don't know. It might have world hopped him. It might have world hopped him. I don't know.
Do we know where the past Sekimeya is right now? Because if we do, is that in range of where he found it right now? Where he
so in this one, the past Sekimeya. The past Sekimeya is the one that Sai hid, right?
Yeah, so I hid the past Sekimeya.
So he hid it in somewhere in hallway B.
Okay, and did he hide it in like a temperature room? Maybe he did.
He could have, yeah.
Cabinet? Yeah.
So this is. So is this in room B4 still? Because if it's in room B4 and it's hidden in hallway B, then yeah, he world hopped here. He could have world hopped here. Because this is around the time that Akaro just disappeared for hours, right? So it makes sense if he world hopped here, yeah.
Oh, is it really? Is this around the time he disappeared and then he reappeared in the bathroom next to Naomi being dead?
Yeah. So if he world hopped here, then this actually went somewhere in 2.
But he has to use the elevator again. He's only used the elevator once. Right? Or every single time he stopped at a floor to make it stealth mode, was that a separate instance of using the elevator?
No, you're right. He would have to use it again. He would have to call it, use it, and then go back up. Shit.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense though. If he used the elevator 3 times, that means he started up on his floor, went down, then up, then down again?
No, he called it from below them. So he called the elevator up and then got into it, and then Sai heard it once, and then he went down.
So then he rides it back up again to go back to where he was.
So that's 3. So maybe he did just future hop here. I think he just future hopped here, but for like 1 second.
Or he future hopped and future hopped back, used the past Sekimeiya to come back.
Oh my god. Oh god, you're right. No. Okay. So
I think he just hid it in another cabinet that had
there was so around
temperature.
this time I think around this time it was found in a cushion in a cabinet in room B3. It was under the cushion, so he might have hidden it under a cushion.
Where is he? Why would he, if he knows this one has never been found, why would he move it to a different room? Why wouldn't he just reuse this room? What room is this?
We don't know.
We don't know?
The cabinet with the damaged temperature wheel.
Just go B3 then. Just go B3. I don't know. This is too far away. Oh, it only tells. Oh, wait.
It just lets you select the hallway, not like the specific room. I think. You want me to do this?
Yeah. Just I think so. I don't think we're gonna get it otherwise. Like, that's what your stuff says. Then if you feel good about it, go for it.
I mean, we could like dig through it, but I don't want to.
Can you send me a link to your sheet?
Here you go.
What? Oh no, I fucked it up.
It's okay, it's read only. Anything that you do, I don't see.
So we're in timeline 1 is episode 1, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is, I think, in chapter 124 is where I think we are right now, which I can just go ahead and like. Jesus.
Found in cabinet in B4 next to Naomi's body. Okay. Gone from cabinet. Is that the one you think this is?
Okay. No, I think that's too far into the future. 1 second. So here's all three of us. All of us stay on a different floor. The Sekimeiya hasn't been taken from the cabinet. Nothing happens when they take it out of the cabinet. Sekimeiya is still in the cabinet. Yeah, and then the next time they find it is the Sekimeiya under a cushion in a cabinet in 124 in room B3. So I think that's where it is. Unless that's the one that Sai hid. That could be the one that Sai hid. Ugh.
Size hip pack shortly after this. Turn to cabinet, computer displays. Okay, missing from cabinet.
Why is this a serious discussion? What do you mean, why is it a serious discussion? What do you want it to be, an unserious discussion? Oh, they're talking about the pregnancy talk in chat. Oh, I was not looking at that. And then he sees Sai, who has a real Sekimeiya in his pack. Jesus. It is funny, Weeby, that like so many of them of like, he goes and like, oh, the Sekimeiya is still in the cabinet. It's fine. And that's obviously just the fake Sekimeiya. Shit. Okay, so it's either in room B3 under the cushion in a cabinet, or it is in a bucket in the cleaning room.
Yep, I just got that too. Yeah,
those are our options.
Those two options. Yeah,
I think since we know that Sai hid one in hallway B, I think that's the one under the cushion, and this is the one in the cleaning room.
Okay, let's go with that one then.
Narratively, Akaro has affinity with the cleaning room because of the janitor. So, vibes. Oh, okay.
Wait, what?
In the water tank. Oh.
And it just sits there the whole entire time until Shiroya touches it? Really?
Is it because isn't this is the future Sekimeiya? That's why it sends her so far forward. Oh my god.
But this is really soon for that. Like that's like wow.
Oh.
Like we knew it had to end up there eventually, but I didn't think it was gonna be this
Yeah.
soon. Wow. I thought it gained power like exponentially. I feel like that's not enough time. Or sorry, that's too much time. Okay.
Can I make notes here? Okay, I'm just gonna make notes. Okay, alright. So, sorry, I'm doing this where chat can't see. I'm just honestly, I'm just forgetting that I'm streaming for the minute and I'm just talking to you, man. Like, I'm just gonna...
Uh-oh.
I'm just gonna, oh, you can't see when I make changes. Okay, so I'm just going to move these thingies over here and say world A. I'm moving them. And here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have this. We're looking at 4 Sekimeiya streams this week. Alright. We're looking at long Sekimeiya streams this week. Okay, so in world B, okay. In world B, I'm gonna say the past Sekimeiya. I don't know if you can see me making these changes at all, by the way.
Where are you making them?
On like the left side of the document.
Left side of the document. I don't see it.
Alright, well, that sucks.
I can refresh afterwards and see.
Yeah. Okay, alright, so we're gonna say this is past Sekimeiya and then future Sekimeiya. So the past Sekimeiya gets hidden by Sai in room B3 under a cushion. This will help us later, I promise. And then the future Sekimeiya hidden by Akaro in the water tank in the bathroom. And so that puts it out of play till Shiroya uses it, I think. I believe.
Yeah, so every Sekimeiya use from here on has been the past Sekimeiya.
Yes, which also means that every Sekimeiya use within like the cleaning room, circle. The staff room, yeah, in an ever-growing circle is going from the men's bathroom is going to send them to a world hop instead. Okay. All right.
I'm mad that we didn't get this one, but because we both knew it had to end up in the toilet tank eventually, but like I had the thought and I was like, no, it's too soon for that, but I guess not.
I guess not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm making these headers for all 3 timelines, and then I'll fill it out where it becomes relevant, because I don't want to get caught with my pants down on this shit every single time trying to scrape together my knowledge. Alright. Okay. Alright. And I think for you to see what I'm doing live, you need this link instead. So there, you can have that. Alright. I think we're good to go.
Okay. Sorry, I need to close the other one now.
That's it. Do you agree more VN should have an AP quiz like this? I think it's a cool idea, but this execution could use some development.
I don't know if it's because we streamed it a long time ago or been reading out loud, but having to recall a bunch of information that happens specifically very small details that happened a long time ago is a bit meh. I wonder if later on, as it gets further in, stuff that happened in episode 3 and 4, I wonder if they're going to give you less reminders and hints. I wonder if it's going to maintain that. Yeah. Okay. When I was staring at the bathroom door, Naomi appeared from the other side of hallway C. She likely came from above. She was the Naomi who'd appeared in the attic, but her actions differ from Naomi who'd been killed. Why? Why didn't she ask to talk to Kate? What was she doing exactly, or moving around through the building? Karu's description of Naomi's face fell short of her actual expression. She was visibly terrified, breathing heavily, moving oddly, and stopping in place every few seconds. When I saw her face, there was no doubt in me that she'd seen her own dead body. She was avoiding being found, perhaps because she knew what her killer had done to her. What was she doing then, when she made the sound and when she walked to that bathroom? I'm not sure, but she was killed right there. Naomi said a few words before her body was pulled in. I don't remember this. Who killed Naomi A?
This was when Katsuki went back in time and decided not to save her.
I mean, is it Akaro who just like was found with the Sekimeya, like putting it in the toilet tank? Like, is Akaro capable of murder? He seems like real torn up about like what happened with the
I
gem
don't
shop.
know. Yeah. So I don't know. The other thing is that where's the one where Katsuki goes to the past and then talks himself out of changing it? When was that? That was... Is that 152? Touch the Sekimeya. Where's the one where he sits and stares at the door waiting for Naomi or whatever? I can't find it. So like, remember how when we saw Akaro again, he's like really fucking freaked out?
Yeah.
I wonder if
it's kill someone?
Yeah, I wonder if it's because he had to kill someone. Like, he's really disoriented and freaked out. And I wonder
why didn't they think that he killed Naomi when did he just appear in the bathroom or
he
like,
did just appear in the
again?
bathroom? Yeah.
Okay.
Trying to remember.
Oh, did he kill Naomi and then touch the Sekimeya that was the future Sekimeya to go into the future?
Yes.
So that's how he disappeared then?
Yes.
Okay. So that's
the men's bathroom door seems to have moved. Akaro is inside. He appears unresponsive and tells us he touched the Sekimeya and teleported. So yeah, so I think he killed her and then teleported. They find the body, but he's not there. And then they find him in the bathroom with the body because he teleported forward. So I think so.
Yeah.
I think it is him. Yeah.
So it's Akaro B.
Akaro B, yeah.
When Naomi entered the bathroom, someone else was there. Then, when I approached it, my footsteps were audible. Her killer slammed the door shut and locked it. However, they couldn't have left before the point we all unlocked the door. They absolutely had to have disappeared from the bathroom. How? When I inspected it myself a bit later, no Sekimeya was there. I don't believe it was taken out before that point either. Oh, are we wrong? When that Naomi was killed, the third Sekimeya was still in the event room. It's very likely the other two were hidden somewhere on the crystal floor. Oh, I thought we were going chronologically through.
I also thought that.
Did someone travel through time, bring along Naomi's killer? If that's what happened, unless Sekimeya was on the second floor, I would have traveled too. I think the answer is different. I believe Sekimeya was inside the bathroom, even though I didn't find it. Ooh! After killing Naomi, her killer activated it. I had already run away, so I didn't travel. They traveled to the future after all. I'm pretty sure the past Sekimeya was the one in hallway B's crystal rooms, which is where Soroi and I later traveled from. Maybe I should have pieced together the reason why no Sekimeya was found in the bathroom.
Really burying the lead on this one.
A while later, right after I couldn't find anything inside, I heard a sound come from hallway A. It was Sai. It traveled from the future, and in his hip pack was a disabled Sekimeya that he didn't know about. He appeared with it. If that was the future Sekimeya, the one in the bathroom would have disappeared. It would have instantly teleported. I should have made that connection. Should you have? So the person who traveled to the future, who was it? Who killed Naomi? Knowing all of that, the answer has to be Akaro. We got it right still? Okay.
Sure, man. Yeah, sure.
When I approached the bathroom, the door was slammed. I knew the whole floor was about to be inspected, so I ran up the stairs. Then eventually the others walked up. They'd found the attic key. Do you understand why the future Sekimeya errors out and just falls on the floor if it tries to take it to the past? Do you understand that? Because I don't understand that.
No.
Okay. No. As soon as I could, I went back down. I tried to find Akaro, who had suddenly disappeared from the group, but I couldn't. I stopped myself when I heard the bathroom's door. It looked identical to how we'd seen it with the group when we found a car behind it, and I realized it had been me who'd left it like that. I concluded that no one else would touch the door. And it never happened. I watched from a distance for minutes. When the group came from the attic, a car was already there. I can only think he teleported inside. Why didn't he leave, though? It's got to be due to the mental state we found him in. He looked out of it and unresponsive, likely because he had just killed a second Naomi who couldn't have existed. After locking the door, he touched the Sekimeya in the bathroom and went some amount of minutes into the future. Seeing as he appeared in the bathroom, it makes me think it was him who had the Sekimeya there in the past. That's why he knew where it was and why he rapidly activated it in an attempt to escape.
This feels like these questions were written in the opposite order that they were given to us.
But that doesn't explain the whole set of events. After we found Naomi's second body, we suddenly lost track of Hikaru. We even looked all over the floor, but he wasn't anywhere, and Irina said he hadn't gone up. The only explanation for all this is that he traveled to the past. Later, he even admitted to having touched the Sekimeya. That makes a lot of sense. What? I thought he went to the future. If Sai hid it in the crystal room that Shoria and I later traveled from, we would have gone much more than 40 minutes into the past. That makes me think Hikaru saw through Sai. Maybe he was aware that more than one Sekimeya existed. What if Katsuki is going through all this and at the end of it he's just wrong, Lamau? What if like he goes downstairs and he's become enlightened, that Katsuki that we saw at the end of the hallway in that one ending, and he's like, but he's wrong. If that was the case from his point of view, only Sai could have been the past Sekimeya. He knew that the one we found in the storeroom wasn't the same one, but so it wouldn't have been too hard to find out where it was. I remember that Shoria found it quickly because she noticed a slight bump in one of the gem cabinets. He traveled to the past, which is why we didn't find him. I'm not sure what led him to do it, but that reset the Sekimeya's timer, allowing Shoria and I to only travel 40 minutes back when we found it. Later, Hikaru said that upon touching the Sekimeya, he teleported. However, he assured us he hadn't traveled through time. He said he'd seen us searching through the floor, but he was probably referring to the search from minutes prior. Specifically, when we went up the floors and the 3 elevator trips happened, it's also the time where I think he stored the future Sekimeya in the bathroom, so seeing his past self might have drawn him there. I don't know why he killed Naomi, but it has to be the truth. Was murdering her the cause of the state we found him in? When we saw him, the first thing he did was ask Sai for the time, and when he heard it, he said that he hadn't traveled through time, that he'd only teleported. Wouldn't this explain it? He went minutes to the past. I could probably calculate the exact amount, but that seems unnecessary. There, he killed Naomi and immediately went to the future when he heard me approaching the bathroom. If both travels were similar in length, upon being told the current time, he would have thought that he hadn't traveled through time at all, especially because he appeared in the bathroom when he went to the future. He barely moved, so there was no way he'd earlier gone to the past.
Oh, God.
But there seemed to be more to it than that. Akaru's voice seemed deeper in denial. Why did he kill Naomi then? In the bathroom, when the door opened, what Hikaru last expected was to see Naomi lying on the floor again. He had been incredibly worried that she'd seen him missing in the event room. If that happened, she was a massive threat. However, out of nowhere, she had appeared dead in the room. Hikaru, much to his own disgust, was relieved by that. Yet for some reason, it hadn't ended there. Once he had progressed to different worries, Naomi had appeared dead a second time. Hikaru had no idea what was happening inside the tower. He only wanted his plan to succeed in order to have a future ahead of him. Why was the bathroom suddenly empty? Where had her body gone? Could he really have gone to the past? Last time, the Sekimeya had merely changed colors when he touched it, but that time he appeared in hallway C. The third time he saw Naomi's face, her eyes were staring into his. It couldn't be real. He doubted the stability of his own mind. When her mouth opened, the words Hikaru had been dreading entered his ears. She knew he had left the event room, and she knew that he'd been concealing it. Okay, Hikaru lost himself in desperation. Naomi should have been dead. He couldn't comprehend how she'd come back. After a single abrupt motion, she was on the floor, unresponsive. Okay, kinda hasty, bro. Immediately after that, Hikaru heard footsteps approaching from the hallway. He was barely able to make them out over the violent drumming in his ears. As fast as he could, he slammed the door and frantically looked around him.
At least try bribing her first.
Yeah, like, When I realized one of the keys the first Naomi had was the attics, we went there for the first time. So I pointed out that Naomi's footprints didn't make sense, and we found an empty suitcase on the sofa. It was the same one we saw in hallway C. It had come from another world alongside Naomi. It's likely where she was keeping the Sekimeya. To change worlds, both had to be powered on, so they didn't travel with Naomi. That's why the suitcase was empty, and why it wasn't in the attic in this world. And now I think about it, someone reacted differently to both suitcases. Tay. before we entered the attic, when Takei went to grab the bathroom key, he brought the suitcase and hallway seat to the security room, but he never did that for the one in the attic. Why? That makes me think it's because Naomi brought it up there. That one wasn't a threat to him because he didn't know anything about it. We didn't find anything else of importance in the attic, so we went down to find Akaro. He was in a crystal floor bathroom and told us to leave him there for a while. We ended up going back to the top, and in one of the bedrooms I noticed the voice recorder in Isla's purse. Now that I know a lot more about the audio that we heard, now I know a lot more about the audio that we heard, but why was it there? Why did it travel to the past? And why did Isla do that? Why did she go in with a voice recorder and do that? Was there like a Katsuki in the hallway behind her being like, "Hey, you have to go do this right now"? Can I figure that out? How did the recorder from the future end up on December 15th? It came from another world. It traveled to the future instead. It happened when someone traveled to the past on December 15th. It happened when someone traveled to the past on January 5th. The device picked up a recording that would occur in the future.
Well, it's not that one, I don't think.
Yeah, it's not that one. I don't understand from what we've learned about like electronic objects how any recording could ever survive going back in time.
I don't either.
So unless I misunderstood something, which is very possible, even likely, I don't.
So whenever they traveled to the future, they were in the future. Whenever it was January 5th or whatever, what was that world C that they were in? That was world C, right? That they were in? Is that true? What world were they in whenever at the end they were expecting to be let out and they weren't? Were they in world C there? Because in that case, it came from another world. But
okay, hold on. Let's go back through it. So at the end of episode 1, Shiroya uses the
future Sekimeya.
The future Sekimeya, and is it powerful enough that it also sent everyone else in the tower in the future? Is that what happened there? No. We haven't seen the Shiroya yet that goes back and sits with Katsuki and says, "Don't worry, everything's going to be fine," and then fucks off, right?
No.
We haven't seen that one yet. Okay, so when the lights went out, they had all teleported in time to the future.
Yes.
To within their own world line, right? But were they still even in world line B at that time? I don't know.
I don't know either. I feel like I used to know how that worked, and now I don't know how that worked.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm confused about something. When they left.
I think maybe the other Sekimeya was active, and between, I don't know where it was, but I think maybe what happened was she's over here in the bathrooms, and the past Sekimeya is down here somewhere and active, right? And so she just timeline hops to the future, she just time hops to the future, but they world hop in the lobby. I'm not sure, but if it was just world hop, no, because if it was just world hop, then they would then they would still get let out because the shutters would still open. So never mind.
And they would have to world hop back again because they're in the same place when the lights were out, right?
Yeah.
When she touched the Sekimeya,
Yeah.
and she went back in time, and
I'm
some
so
Katsuki
confused,
was there.
sorry.
Yeah. So something Katsuki. That was a very like coincidental amount of time that Sekimeya had gathered power there. By the way, to put him back in the tower in the morning or whatever. Okay, so. I actually don't remember what happened there.
I don't either.
Like when did Katsuki go upstairs and even have that experience with Sai? Was it afterwards? Did he go back downstairs and then find Shoya that broken in and use the Sekimeya? Like when did this recording happen? It was.
Oh, this recording happened in like chapter 5. Like we heard this recording happen in chapter 5.
Yeah. But did the recording happen after they had reunited on the night of the blackout or before? It was before, right? Because they were still in the blackout and then they went back downstairs at some point. Yeah, that is it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, you see, the timelines wouldn't work out if the Sekimeiya didn't gather energy for this exact amount of time. Yeah? You like that? You like that? Yeah. Good job, C8. All right. The conversation we heard in the recording takes place. Yeah, so they powered on a lamp in the attic. Akaro's clothes and hairstyles were different. Arena's fingertip is bleeding. He decides they've traveled to the future. That's when Isla appears, and then we hear the recording.
Okay, can I see the options again? What does it mean it happened when someone traveled to the past on January 5th?
So the question is, how did we... The question is, like, how did the recorder from the future end up on December 15th?
Okay, so it is from the future. It's confirmed by the narration that it is from the future, and it still traveled back in time. So it's the problem here is that I don't understand how this can happen. So I've misunderstood something about how.
I also don't understand how this can happen. Yeah, I also don't understand how this can happen. So it would be it happened when someone traveled to the past on January 5th, or it came from another world. I think. Or we fundamentally misunderstood what point in time they were at when they heard this recording, but I don't think we did that.
Either okay, so one of three things is true.
Yeah.
Either they were like in a farther point in the future when they heard this recording in the attic.
Yeah.
They were in a time in the past when the recording was first done in the attic.
Yes.
And we didn't realize they went back in time. Yeah. Or we don't understand how electronics act when they go through the time travel.
Yeah.
And it seems like the third one is the most likely one, right?
I think so too.
Okay. So device picked the recording that would occur in the future. It happened when someone traveled to the past on January 5th. It happened when someone traveled to the past on December 15th. It traveled to the future instead? What the fuck does that mean?
I want to kind of just pick literally any choice and continue.
Yeah. Which one are you feeling?
I'm feeling... It happened when someone traveled to the past on January 5th. Except, I think it's actually it happened when someone traveled to the... So... It has to be they traveled to the past from January 5th. It has to be Isla traveling to the past from January 5th in the big I think, to go see her past self. I think that's what I think it is.
Okay. So after making the recording, maybe she went back even further in time, learned how to use audio recreation software on her computer at home, and put.
I don't know.
All right. Let's go with that one. I don't
know. Do you want to do a different one?
It's definitely to me. It's either 3 or 4. I think that it came from another world doesn't make sense. It traveled to the future instead. I don't understand what that means. The device picked the recording that would occur in the future. Like as far as I understand, that's impossible considering what we know with the Sekimeiya does. So it's either 3 or 4. I would coin flip it. You seem to think that it's more 4 and 3, so let's go with that one. Because I don't think it's 3 more than 4.
Okay. All right. Fine.
Thinking about it, it's very unlikely the device traveled to December 15th. Isla said it was impossible someone dropped it in her purse, which means it was there when she entered the tower. If that's the case, why did she have it before December 15th? I think I know the answer. Okay.
Yeah.
It has to be due to her friend.
We do know that.
Now I know that her friend was a version of her from another world. She met with our Isla quite a while before December 15th. She knew about the attack, so she traveled to the past at some point. Apparently, when Sai and Akaro escaped from the attic, they met with Isla. Even Arena heard from her from the bedroom. She was dead at that point, so she probably wasn't the same Isla we'd been with. Despite that, we never found her after we left the bedroom, so one explanation is that she traveled to the past around that time. We went many days into the past, and the location where she appeared had to be identical to where she'd been in the proportional future. That means days after December 15th. So what happened to the device after it recorded the audio? Isla saw Sai hiding it, and she ended up with it. If the replicated location was from the time where she still had it in the future, she would have appeared with it in the past. Isla's friend had the recorder days before the event. That's how it got to the past. Why was it inside Isla's purse then? I can't know that, but it's likely the recorder appeared inside her friend's purse. Then both Islas tried to hide the existence of the friend from Irina. Two identical purses were in the past. There was probably a mix-up at some point, like the original Isla mistakenly taking the wrong person on the day of the event for some reason.
Yeah.
Okay, but how did the recordings survive? I don't think I actually don't know if we got it right.
I don't either.
I don't think I need to know exactly how it came to happen, but it had to be Isla's friend who caused the recording to exist in the past. After we listened to it, Shiroi and I left the attic alone. Going down the floors, we came across a car and kept walking up. Then on the crystal floor, we saw that the Sekimeya was left in the event room. We left the event room was no longer there. Someone took the third Sekimeya out of the cabinet. Who would have wanted to do that? At first glance, Akaro seemed to be the only candidate. However, I know someone else was there. Even if it did come from the world, someone still had to do a time travel at the same time too. I don't understand. Soraya and I found the past Sekimeya in a hallway B crystal room, unaware that it wasn't the same one that had just disappeared. That's most likely where Sai had chose to hide it a while earlier. What stands out to me is that he chose a room with functional cameras after previously leaving it in the storeroom. I wonder if he was forced to or if he had a reason, because it happened when we were searching both hallways. It had been there since the previous time that the Sekimeya had disappeared, so it's worth noting that it wasn't found when we looked for Akaro, especially since he would have left the glass open after traveling. Recalling how that search went though, I'm pretty sure I get why that happens. We activated and went 40 minutes to the past. Thanks to that travel, we learned about the existence of the range. After appearing in the security room, I witnessed what happened to the second Naomi. Then I heard someone in hallway A, Sai. He was supposed to be in the attic. It's indisputable that he traveled through time. Due to his wristwatch, I'm sure he came from the future. Much later, he admitted to remembering the time I'd seen him, so it was definitely the same Sai who told the people in the attic not to follow us. The way he traveled to the past confused me for a while because he was surprised to see me. He didn't know I'd also traveled. If he traveled after Shiroi and I returned to the attic, he would have had to fake his surprise upon seeing me. You perfectly remember when we went... Is this Sai or me?
I have no idea. Go for it.
You perfectly remember when we went up to the attic to get the lithium battery, right?
Of course.
How did you do that?
I said you're incompetent, but at least you're doing your best, unlike the others. That's my answer. I suppose it just appeared impressive from your point of view.
He's such a shit.
Yeah.
How did he travel before Shiroi and I returned? The others said he was there the whole time. Is that really the case, though? Shiroi told me what she heard when she was listening to them.
Yes, he was leading the conversation, telling everyone not to follow us down. Akaro was there too, and he confirmed that he saw us. So I told them all to wait for us, because we'd be responsible for anything that happened after leaving of our own volition.
See, so he wanted the others not to come down.
He kept saying it. He never left, and the elevator was still there with the door open. The conversation started winding down, and when they talked about going to the bathroom, I left right away so nobody would see me. I stayed in the living room for a couple of minutes with the doors closed, but I think they all took that time to go to the bathroom, so I started going down again to find you. I looked through every floor until I saw you right as I was about to start with this one.
That was all Sai needed to trick the others. Not me, though, because I'm Katsuki, the genius. Everyone went to the bathroom. So when it was his turn, he could have gone to the crystal floor. He had hidden the past Sekimeya, so he traveled after us when it had already gathered a lot of energy. There was something curious about Sai's behavior. He kept insisting that he hadn't traveled to the past, and he was in a rush. He tried to run away from me twice. That's probably because he had to be ready to go back to the attic. As soon as his past self went to the bathroom, he returned as if nothing had happened, which made the others say he had never left the attic.
He's so cool.
So cool. I don't know about the actual specifics. Shoria said it was possible she missed him when she was inspecting the office rooms, but when we returned to the attic, we didn't see Sai's footprints in the living room.
Oh, Weeby said, I think this is a bit rabbit hole, but going to the past with a recorder that isn't ticking is okay, since there wouldn't be a discrepancy with his future state. We can let it make sense. We can let it make sense.
That's strange, since I don't think he could have taken the elevator back up. The key was in the attic store, and he wouldn't have appeared with it, so he couldn't have activated the floor 7 button. Furthermore, it should have been disabled in the attic anyway. She didn't go with the past with it, though. She had to have, because it was recorded at a later time. It was recorded, as far as we understand it, it was recorded on January 5th, but it was listened to on December 15th. So at some point, the recorder had to have gone back in time.
Yeah, they recorded it on January 5th, and then that Isla went back to the past, pretended to be the friend, so there were actually 2 Islas living with Irina, which is crazy, by the way, that Irina didn't figure this out. There's 2 of them. Anyway, their purses got mixed up. She went to the past and it was replicated from the future. Well, that's what we're arguing about. Okay, anyway.
Doesn't that mean she went to the past with it?
Like, it functionally means she went to the past with it.
Wait, so if you know at some point in time that something's going to be recorded on this recorder, you can go back to the past and hear something before it happened?
Yes, that's what happened.
So if Katsuki like knew that he was going to write lottery numbers on this notepad before he in the future at some point, he could go back in the past and see the lottery numbers?
That's only if he had a way to functionally see the lottery numbers. He couldn't do it in here, but if he were like out in the world and had the ability to watch TV, then yes, he could say, I'm going to watch the lottery numbers next week, and then close the door and then open it and find the lottery numbers written on the floor.
No, he could hold the book in his hand,
yeah,
and just take it back with him, and the lottery numbers would just appear in the notebook after that, as long as he in the future writes them down. I don't understand that. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying I don't understand it. I feel like that hasn't been established with his experiments, but maybe it has.
I mean, that's what him doing the scientific, like the thing where he just made it simulate himself doing figuring out the formula of how the Sekimeya calculates time, right? Like that was him basically doing that. He was like, there are like if I am able to figure out this, he's like essentially running a recursive simulation without programming anything. Like the Sekimeya works like a computer. Just like this was written by, like, I have no idea anything about the person who wrote this, but it was written with programmer brain. So like basically he's able to create a program that is like a recursive like analysis, and he's like, okay, like the katsuki.exe is going to run enough times trying to figure out this solution, and then once it has, there will be a piece of paper with the formula written if it is possible for that to happen. So he was able to skip all of those, like all of the time that he would have spent on that formula. He was like, either I'm not able to solve that formula, and so there will be no formula written on this piece of paper, or I am able to solve that formula eventually given enough time, and it will be written on that piece of paper. And so those realities where he did all that exist, but we don't see it on screen. Just like for the lottery numbers, the reality where he just like sat there like Shiroya and laid on the floor until he found out the lottery numbers and then wrote it down, we don't see that on screen. All we see is it appear like written down somewhere, but like that happened, we just don't watch it. It's just like by the power of the Sekimeya being there and his ability to know those things eventually, it's able to simulate that happening, and so it skips the middle ground of actually writing it and just gives it to him.
That one I get.
Yeah.
It's the notebook is going to be, when I use the past Sekimeya with something in my hand, if like the proportional to the, because it's like inverted with the future, if the notebook is going to have writing on it like in 20 hours, and I go 20 hours in the past, it'll have that writing ahead of time, as long as at some point in the future I write in the book. How do you write in the book?
I don't know how that one works. Sorry.
How would you write in the book when the book already has writing on it? How did she use did she tape over the thing that was already on the tape recorder?
I have no idea. I think, no, there was nothing on the tape recorder because Kite deleted it. Sorry, I have to say thank you. Thank you, Aura Dude, for gifting 5 subs to Mahisaka Crude Oil, Shindig's Micrologist, and Zundel. And thank you, Paquetto Monster, for gifting subs to Dahasos, Milia's Gaming, General Fentanilo, Tompy at 1, and Number Fiend 50. I hope that Number Fiend is having a good time right now. Sorry, I fell asleep before the stream. Here's compensation. Happy birthday. Thank you, Paquetto. Very nice. I don't know how that works. I don't know how it works with like the past state of the recorder. I think this is how they're talking about replicating items. I don't think it's the same recorder that Kite has. I think she now has the recorder in the past with its own recording on it. There was no recording on it to delete because now she just has it, Lamau. I think that's how it works. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Like she only has to have the recorder in the future to have it in the past.
It's essentially duplicating like the pen thing. I think it's different than the pen thing. The pen thing doesn't make sense to me because no one ever picked up the pen.
The toilet key probably is a better example, yeah.
Get it. I hope it goes over again. If they don't, then I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch that one because I don't understand that part.
Yeah.
I understand the I made a time loop and however many Katsukis it took to solve this mathematical problem did it. I understand that completely. I don't understand the teleporting pen because I could have picked it up, therefore I could have it. And I also don't understand the proposed theory that because that recorder had those words on it in the future, it therefore had it in the past proportionately when it went back in time. That I don't understand.
Yeah, I think it just does that, Lamau.
Okay, anyway, let's continue.
My understanding.
I'm not sure exactly what happened, but maybe when Shoya was in the attic, Sai claimed to go to the bathroom, set the elevator to the crystal floor, and called it. Then he went to the bathroom. Afterward, he took the elevator down. If Shoya was still in the attic, she wouldn't have heard it. So I traveled to the past, and that's where I met up with him. Entering the elevator on the crystal floor and waiting for his past self to call it was one route back to the attic. I don't know if his plan went this far or if I'm missing something else. Maybe he did all of this just so he wouldn't be analyzed for what he wanted to do. He set it up so that Shoya and I would be much easier to suspect. For fun. But again, what about the cameras? That they would have recorded him going down. Later, he voiced his thoughts regarding that. He didn't think the recorded footage would ever see the light of day. As far as he and the rest of us knew, the killer had willingly recorded themselves committing crimes. What was it he wanted to do? He'd hidden a functional Sekimeya, so I bet he wanted to know whether he traveled through time with it. He took the third Sekimeya away from the cabinet, even though it was him who found it for us. And the future Sekimeya, he appeared with it in his hip pack. I think he was genuinely surprised about...
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
That. I'm also surprised about that.
Yeah.
Is he going to ask us how he got it?
Yeah.
Then, when he ran away from me, he hid the past Sekimeya somewhere else. He knew I'd traveled through time, meaning that I was aware of its whereabouts. There's one detail I'm still struggling to understand.
Only one?
The screen on his wristwatch was blank. The fundamental answer behind that has to be the replicated location upon traveling to the past. But even if the watch looped through time infinitely and didn't just crumble to dust, why did the date go up to the year 9999? There's no chance the battery would have lasted that long, and it was swapping it for a new one that let the watch work again. The answer to that is clear. It's because a new battery was added before the location to be replicated took place in the future. Thanks to that, if the watch looped infinitely, the addition of the new battery would let each instance add up more time without the battery ever running out. Okay, so we've discovered perpetual motion. However, this brings about another issue. Why didn't the watch work in the past? After all, it worked again when we added the new battery. That means that minutes later, during the future location, the watch should have been working. It seems to be an impossibility that wasn't working in the past, given both locations are supposed to be the same. Is there an answer to this? One that makes sense? No.
Fuck if I know. So I traveled to the past a second time. So I changed the battery back to the one that didn't work, or it was due to the battery in the attic. Ooh. I don't understand how any of the stuff with the things work. I really don't. How about you?
Just on vibe space, I think one. I don't think Sai is going to fuck around with the battery. Like I don't think he's so observant that he's going to be realizing that. No, does that mean? Wait, how did he change the battery? Wait.
They searched Sai multiple times and he didn't have a battery on him. I also vibe space would pick one, but
so basically this he's proposing the idea that during this time loop the battery was changed, and therefore because something during this battery was changed in this time, not time loop, in this jump back the battery was changed, therefore the battery could just go on every single time and go up infinitely. Why isn't the watch crumbling though? That's a good point. Like 9,000 years? Like what the fuck? Okay, so if he went back a second time, that means Sai changed the battery on his own before we met up with him. So he did realize, therefore it could be the second one. I don't care anymore. Let's go on one.
You don't care anymore? Surely he didn't have a battery on him, but what about in him? Oh no. Okay, let's go. Aha! Nah.
If Sai traveled a second time before the future location, the battery would have instantly run out. However, I have no reason to believe that occurred. I think the answer could be something else. Okay? Now I think more about it, it could be due to the lithium battery itself. It was in the attic, a place that's been abandoned for many years. It was, I have to assume, a battery that a Shia family had when they lived here.
I hate this question. Yeah, me too. Oh.
Lithium batteries destroy something like 2% of the capacity every month. When we put it in the watch, it was probably almost entirely discharged.
Bitch is gonna pretend that he knows the conductivity of water relative to air and the discharge rate of lithium batteries. This is a jobless motherfucker who lives off of his parents. What do you mean? It's not like bro is an engineer. This dude's a loser. What are you talking about?
The small energy it had was enough to let the loop cap the timer at 9999, but it also ran out before the future location. We've... What? Fuck off! So the answer is that it just coincidentally had enough juice left to let this run, but afterwards dawn. Wait, when did that happen? When did the battery even go in? We eventually learned that in the lobby, so I asked Kate for another lithium battery. At that point, I don't actually think we should travel through time again. That happened because the battery we'd obtained from the attic had already run out.
Yeah, man.
But really, does this really make sense, or am I missing something crucial? I just remembered. I'm a fucking idiot. Sai must have synced his watch with the computer after we saw the 9999 date, since it was working when Shiroi and I returned to the attic. The time would always have been set to that specific point before reaching the end of the loop, so it couldn't have kept counting up. Would the date have been able to reach 9999 anyway? In the end, I'm not really sure I understand how that happens. So there was no right answer. After Shiroi and I reunited outside the security room, we went back to the attic. We were told we'd be downstairs We've been downstairs for 50 minutes. There, Sai's watch displayed the current time, but that was because he had seen it in the security room. We explained everything. Most importantly, the Sekimeiya had disappeared from the event room. That's why we went to the crystal floor. When we got there, Sai was already gone. And so was the Sekimeiya. We were fast enough to see him in front of the cleaning room where he'd hidden the Sekimeiya.
Okay, so he hid the Sekimeiya.
Is this when the cleaning cart gets yeeted?
I think so. So, just for context, we're about halfway through chapter 1 in terms of the timeline that he's reviewing.
I thought something then. Shiroi was looking around while I questioned Sai's ambiguous action. If he concealed the Sekimeiya in that room, I wasn't sure why he left upon realizing that we'd seen him. He had the opportunity to give up, but instead, he left for Holloway Sea. He likely wanted to travel through time, probably because he knew we were about to search the floor, but even though we'd seen him, he still had another Sekimeiya hidden somewhere else. In fact, at that point, he should have known where all 3 of them were, and he went toward hallway A. So this is before Akaro went to the thing? Okay.
I think so.
And out of nowhere, I teleported. Shiroi saw the Sekimeiya glow within the cleaning cart and made both of us appear in the attic. We traveled to the past, we traveled to the future.
Oh. Okay, so this was this instance 2 on my sheet. No, it wasn't. No, yes. Wait, really? No, this has to be a different time. Did I not record this one? Shit. Shit. I'm lost. I'm so lost on my sheet. Okay, so we should be somewhere. Okay, yeah, so this is 131. So I missed one. This is 131. I just missed one. Okay, so 1:30. I suddenly find myself in the living room. Shiroi appears in the hallway. We realize that both of us just traveled from the cleaning room. We estimate we traveled at 12:40 and went 1 hour to the past. We appeared in the locations we'd been at 12:10. So if they appeared in the locations they've been at 12:10, doesn't that mean they actually went to the future? I think they actually went about 40 minutes to the future. Right? Because past locations are sending them to the future in that location. Isn't that right?
I don't know anymore. I'm assuming Neko.
I also am assuming Neko. So I think
just on meta vibes, it has to be future because they thought it was the past. So it's a different question. Like it has to be. Yep.
Yeah.
At the time, we thought it had gone to the past. That's not what happened though. We recognize our locations. We've been there half an hour before we traveled. That means we went half an hour to the future.
Thank fuck.
The staircase door. We got one! Yay! The staircase door is open. But so this is past the time we unlocked the attic. There are a bunch of footprints next to the door, but I don't see ours. That must mean you and I haven't gone down yet. These are probably the ones we'd left after going back up when we found Akaro in the bathroom. We were not before that point since there are too many. That was a big misinterpretation. We were told what caused those footprints. It was the search that occurred after Isla went missing. The one Shiroi and I had left were long buried. They were also, I can't believe how important the carpet is. They were all slightly faded too. There was no chance we just traveled a few seconds back, which led me to be pretty certain of the time.
In Ashia Tower, like carpet?
How is that possible though? We heard a sound coming from the bedroom where we'd been. Who the hell was that? Nobody should have been there, right? We hit ourselves thinking we were escaping the sight of our past selves. It appeared that didn't actually occur. And in the second level of the opposite bedroom, both of us fell asleep. When we woke up, we had no idea how long we'd been there for. That's why, when we were told the time, we thought we'd slept for quite a while. In reality, the main reason a lot of time had passed was because we'd gone to the future. Couldn't believe it. We'd really misunderstood so many things. Me too. When we woke up, we had no idea what transpired on the crystal floor. Tired and still uneasy about our non-existent past selves, we went to the living room.
Did we leave it like this?
We were used to looking at the footprints in front of the door, but that was no longer possible. The door was closed, and the movement of it had erased every single footprint nearby, creating an empty arc. We must have. This means that the group had already left, though. Even though the motion of the door wiped out nearby marks, there were many around the entire room. They were much fainter than last time I'd seen them, but I was still able to recognize that new ones existed.
Do we know if they got the question right yet? We did. We did get the question right.
The new footprints weren't from the time we walked to the crystal floor, and we were taking that victory, and we were holding on to it. Who did they belong to? That was simple to solve. The remaining few gaps in that puzzle were all part of the same piece.
Yeah, it's so simple to solve. Yeah.
Yeah, so simple. I hope
really
they don't
easy.
ask me to
It's just so easy that it would honestly be insulting. Yeah, it would be insulting if they asked us that.
It'd be a waste of everyone's time. Yeah. When we came down, we saw that the cleaning cart had disappeared. What was strange was that the Sekimeya was in one of the buckets which had been below it. But that wasn't the future Sekimeya. It wasn't working. Why was the third Sekimeiya there? Had it also been in the cart when we traveled? Troya said something else was there, but would the third Sekimeiya not have disappeared with the cart? And she said it was a dark object. What was it? I'm not sure, but I think I can guess what happened to the future Sekimeiya. Okay, Sekimeiya don't teleport, right?
Sekimeiya can teleport. He did take one to the past. It was future Sekimeiya can't go to the past, right? But past Sekimeiya could go to the past.
Past Sekimeiya can it?
Yeah.
How can past Sekimeiya go to the past?
I don't know. Isn't that how it went when he did the testing?
I thought he took the future Sekimeiya as long as it wasn't powered on. I thought he took the future Sekimeiya to the past.
It might have been. I don't know. Do we care enough to go review it, or is it just?
We don't care. We don't
okay. All right. Cool.
I need a hero.
So we are at chapter 131. Is this the past Sekimeiya?
What happens right before this? That wasn't the future Sekimeiya. It wasn't working. Why was the third Sekimeiya there? Had it also been in the cart when we traveled? Surya said something else was there, but would the third Sekimeiya now disappeared? She said it was a dark object. I guess it was also there. Like she said something's there. So. Like why would they bring up that something else was there, the dark object? Like what is it?
I don't know. Third Sekimeiya not have disappeared.
You know what? I'm not sure, but I think I can guess what happens if you Sekimeiya. It was also there. It doesn't seem like it flows very well from that question, right? Ite took it, so I took it. It teleported. I thought that when you tried, didn't he try to take the future Sekimeiya back in time with him with the past Sekimeiya, and it errored out and it spat out and fell to the floor? Or was it the past Sekimeiya that did that? I'm pretty sure it was the future Sekimeiya that did that.
Is this the one that was in Sai's hip pack? Is this just the one that Sai had in his pack? And then he went back in time and still had it? Because this is right after they ran into Sai.
Does he have it because in the future he would go get it? Or does he have it because
is break gonna happen soon? Yeah, it's because Joe joined the stream a little bit late, so I'm just leaving break until maybe like 5 more minutes.
Does he have it because he wants to have it? Like I don't
know. I think on vibes it's that Sai took it, but I don't know. It could have also been there and Shiroya was just too stupid to notice the second. I don't know.
You are right that there was a time around here that Sai had the future Sekimeiya in his fanny pack, and because he's so cool, he has a fanny pack, and he doesn't know how it got there, and he seemed genuinely surprised. And I don't think anyone could ever reverse pickpocket Sai.
I just realized that last stream when you were like, Katsuki is so dumb, he could have almost killed himself. He actually couldn't have, because that would be a bad end, of course. Yeah, for all of Katsuki's stuff in the attic, like there are infinite worlds where he just like spliced himself into the thing, or like miscalculated where he was standing on the carpet, so it sawed off his feet at the ankles. Like it's all good. Do you want to go with Sai took it based on my vibes? Or would you like to pick another answer?
Go for it.
Okay.
When Shiroi used it, the future Sekimeiya remained in the cleaning room, but we only found the third Sekimeiya, in which we decided to leave in Naomi's locker before going to the lobby. There, Sai explained what happened while we were absent. He pointed out the fact that he was the first person to enter the cleaning room after disappearance. Since we had followed him there, he knew it was possible we traveled. Sai, showing the strongest reaction, approached the room while letting out a conspicuous grunt. He opened the door and stayed still for some time, then he entered the small space. Before the others had time to wonder what he was doing, he exited and told them it was empty. Shadow Sekimeiya was there, and he put it in his hip pack. That's why he had appeared with it in the past.
I got one right.
You got it right, but I thought... I'm not confused that you were right. I'm confused that it appeared in the past in his hip pack. How? What?
I don't fucking know.
I thought that wasn't... He tested it in the kitchen and it didn't work. Do I have them mixed up? Was it the past?
I think you may have them mixed up. I think you may have them mixed up. Do you want an explanation, or are you good? I personally would love an explanation, because I don't want to scroll all the way back through that, and I would like a refresher on that. Is that okay with you, Joe?
Yeah, if the refresher is, I'm just getting them mixed up, then that's fair
if the
enough.
refresher is which one can travel and which one can't, I think that's fine, because we did read that, but I just can't hold it in my head. Yeah.
I thought for sure that he did a test where he put the past Sekimeiya in the fridge and took it out, and when it was like and then he touched the powered on future Sekimeiya, and then he bopped back into the living room or whatever, and he had the past one. I was like, oh, so that can happen. And then he did the reverse with the powered down future Sekimeiya and a powered on past Sekimeiya, and when he did that, the future Sekimeiya did the same thing as his fucking calculator or whatever, and just aired out and popped on the fucking floor. I thought that's what happened.
That's not the refresher explanation. I don't know what the refresher / explanation is then. That's the one I want. But yeah, I don't know. He can travel to the future with whatever he wants. Traveling to the past errored out. Then what? The Sekimeiya can teleport and count as one of your possessions if it's powered off. The entire thing it's been going through here is Sai accidentally teleported this Sekimeiya out of the toilet tank because he would have it in the future.
What?
So it doesn't matter whether it's the past or the future one. It's as long as it's turned off and it is one of your possessions.
Isn't that what Katsuki tested in the attic?
I thought so, but I guess
wasn't
not.
It was one of his possessions, and it was powered. Did he just fuck up the test?
I don't know. Oh, he didn't travel to the past with it. He had it in the future. So because it was possible for him to have it in the past, he then had it.
I don't like this.
It works the same way that the recorder does.
But because he did that, that's the only reason he has it in the future.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same with the recorder, right? It's the same with the recorder, right? Like, the only reason that they have it in the future is because they did that and put it in the past, like, you know?
Oh, I'm gonna check out so hard.
Yeah.
No.
It works this way because it can possibly work this way. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, this is why I said that the whole thing is explained by the tautology of it works this way in this world, because this is the possible world where the story can be told, right? It's like the Sekimeiya is running a bajillion, like, infinite simulations at any given time, and so the simulation that makes the story happen is the one that continues. So you just live with that. You doing okay over there? Break? Yeah, you want to take a break? We can take a break. I'll do the reading when we get back. How about that? All right, we're gonna take a break. I'm not gonna make tea this time, so it should only be a little while. Unless, Joe, are you gonna make tea?
I'm not turning on any
Oh, that's a
electronic
good
thing
point.
in this
Yeah,
apartment.
that's a good
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I'm not turning on anything that's gonna make more heat show up in this place.
Thank you, Annie, for Press, for redeeming a little emotional support side during break. I think we all need one. We'll be right back, everyone. Hello, everyone. We're back. Everything makes sense now. It's fine.
We pirate software together.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You want me to keep going, or do you want to pause and collect our thoughts?
I'm having a Coke Zero. I'm sorry. Can we go back and see what Sekimeya aired out in the attic? I think just if you search for infinity or infinite, I think it would just be.
Oh. Sending the future Sekimeiya. Oh, so we guessed sending the future Sekimeiya to the past would be paradoxical, but we were wrong. I think. No, that's right. Yeah, they said you couldn't send.
Or it's an infinity loop, but it doesn't work.
Yeah. His issue in the attic was trying to send the future Sekimeiya to the past. Yes. Okay. But isn't that what?
Isn't that just what Sai did?
Yeah, isn't that what?
Sai just did that downstairs.
So Sai took the future Sekimeiya.
No, it isn't.
What
do you mean?
The powered off Sekimeiya was there. It's not, he didn't take it to the past with him. It's the thing where he had it in the future and then it was one of his possessions, and then when he went to the past, it poured it out of where it was in the past. That's how it left the toilet tank. It went into his hip pack because it was possible for him to get it.
But isn't that exactly what Katsuki was testing in the attic?
Katsuki was trying to take it with him.
Because he already had it. Like, he waited 10 seconds and he was going 10 seconds in the past. So, like, he knows that he has it at that point. So in the past, he should have it too. Isn't that exactly what he was doing?
It's if I had appeared.
Like, evidently not, because that's not what happened. But like, so what was Katsuki testing then?
Katsuki could do it, but not in the way he was trying. Oh, so it's due to the infinite. Let me read this. If I had appeared with the powered off future Sekimeiya in the past, 18 seconds later, it would have been closer to powering on. Once the infinite loop is applied, the Sekimeiya could have never appeared powered off, and when it's powered on, it doesn't count as a normal object. I don't know what it means. I don't understand it at all. I don't understand why this didn't work.
Okay, so
I don't understand this paragraph.
Okay, so would it have worked if he said, if he had put the future Sekimeiya in the fridge and left it in the fridge, and then went over to the past Sekimeiya and traveled back in time a minute and said to himself, in a minute in the future, I'm going to go into the fridge and take the future Sekimeiya out of the fridge, and then he traveled back in time, he would have had it in his hand. But he never would have had to go to the fridge.
Yeah.
So the problem is that he took it out of the fridge. But
yeah, the problem is he was holding it and it would have started accumulating power while he was holding it. Maybe?
Okay, but the water tank doesn't stop this future Sekimeiya from accruing power. So why did it work from the toilet tank?
The Seki has an internal timer that's counting up, so it's similar to the recorder. I guess that makes sense.
I don't think so. How would you put it in the fridge if it was teleported to a past self?
It was disabled
because
at
it was
that
disabled.
time.
But it was disabled at the time when he tried it in the attic. It was disabled when he
it was
specifically
powered off,
like
but
took
it wasn't
out.
disabled. I think. Are those two different things? This is so complicated. Yeah, I don't really understand it. I am unable to understand this. You're welcome to continue to try to understand it. I am literally unable to understand it and have moved on in my mind.
Okay, let's continue.
It doesn't exist to me. Okay. The powered off Sekimeiya was there and he put it in his hip pack. That's why he had appeared with it in the past. In the cleaning room, the others were distracted by the missing cart, and Sai pointed out the third Sekimeiya in the bucket. I'm still having trouble understanding the cause behind some of those details, though. He was only able to obtain the future Sekimeiya like that because he had appeared with it and had hidden it in the cleaning room. This seems to be an event with no origin, so perhaps it's an indication that something else happened on top of it. This is you, maybe? It was Sai who first questioned its status, as it somewhat contradicted a few things they'd concluded earlier. It was white, instead of the gray color they thought it had become after teleporting 2 people and a whole cleaning cart. Akaro saw us enter and never leave the cleaning room. They knew we traveled through time, however, there was another disappearance, Kitei's. The remaining people searched through every room on the crystal floor, but they didn't find us. When they were about to go up, Isla walked to room A5. That's when she fell into a cabinet and disappeared. I wonder what happened. The cabinet she looked into is one that can be seen from the stairs where she and Arena were waiting. During the period Sai and Akaro investigated the rooms, I'm sure Sai quickly disposed of the future Sekimeya. That makes me think Isla saw him do that through the door's gap. What happened to her, though? I don't really have any good idea. The situation around her death was inscrutable, so I thought further ahead for the time being. When the others saw Isla disappear, they were unable to find a Sekimeya in room A5's cabinet. I'd bet it was powered off and there was very little light. Since Sai knew the Sekimeya was there, it wouldn't surprise me if he grabbed it immediately before the others saw it. I'm not sure about that, though. Everyone thought Isla had to be somewhere in the building. That made them search through every floor, but nobody was found. Isla wasn't found. Kitei wasn't found. Shiroya and I weren't found. Of course, we weren't found because we were in the process of traveling to the future. What about Kitei, though? Kitei was in the storeroom secret corridor. Sorry, go ahead. The search wasn't optimal, so they missed him. Kitei traveled to the future as well. Kitei was in another world, or someone didn't reveal that they'd found Kitei. I'd say A, C, or D.
Are we in the timeline where it was confirmed that there were no other fingerprints on the thing?
Fingerprints on what?
That opened the storeroom. Like Kitei is the only. Oh no. But Kitei's the one that used it, so that doesn't change anything, does it? Like it could be used in the secret storeroom.
It was his fingerprints. Yeah.
Yeah. If Kitei traveled to the future as well, do we think that Kitei was in like the radius when they hit it? 40 minutes is a decent radius.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When did we? How often did we see Kitei? Like Katie, Kitei was found dead in the security room. That's right. That's what happened to Kitei. And the Sekimeya was next to him. Okay.
We're in world
B,
right?
Yeah, we're in world B for this. Yeah.
Is there ever a time in world C, which is episode 2, that Kitei sees Mia and says, "Who the fuck are you?"
No.
Okay. So I don't think he went to another world then.
Unless he was just like a better liar than he is.
Yeah.
I don't think Kitei went to a different world at any point. Is my feeling.
I feel like the search just sucked is a bad answer.
Yeah, that's why I think A, C, or D.
Something real different today.
I like to imagine Mia opened the door to Katsuki thinking all this through and went, "Oh god, fuck this," and quietly closed the door. He's just staring at the wall blankly. He's got like an egg in each hand, just going, "Oh," like, okay.
Why would Kitei go into the secret corridor? Why would he go there?
I don't know why he would
chilling?
go back there. Yeah, I don't know why he would go back there. Because he
Yeah.
knows he can't get out that door. Like, unless he was plotting.
I think it's C, but
Okay.
I don't have a reason for it.
I
just
also
think
don't have
it's
a
C.
reason, and I'm going to click it. I don't think
I don't
Kate
think
could have
Kate-
been
sorry, it's you.
found either. Before we traveled to the future, we saw Sai in front of the cleaning room. I wasn't sure what Sai planned to do, but we'd seen him standing in front of the door. Shiroya and I entered while Kate continued toward hallway C in pursuit of him. When we traveled to the future, Kate was actually very close to us. We went half an hour forward, so I'm sure the range picked him up. Yay! We're so smart.
Nice. Okay.
Half an hour earlier, he, Shiroya, and I were in the attic, so that's where we appeared in the future. Kate was in the rightmost bedroom. He suddenly
Yeah, that's what I
teleported
thought
there,
too.
yeah,
Yeah.
and left the room disoriented. He's the one we heard approaching the door when we were in the hallway, and who left the newer footprints in the living room. After failing to find anyone, Irina, Akaro, and Sai gave up and moved back to the lobby. There was only silence for a long time until they heard a sound from hallway A. You do have a reason? Method of elimination? True! It was Kate! He had walked down after appearing in the bedroom, and Shiroya and I were about to fall asleep. Where did you go? We searched for you. Sai shot the first question. An immediate answer came that left the three of them unsatisfied.
No. I think I experienced what Katsuki said. That teleportation. I've been searching for you. My God, he was being honest.
Dear Lord. Then they looked into the cabinet where Isla had disappeared. She was there, already dead. The Sekimeya, meanwhile, was nowhere to be found. After they waited in the lobby again, Shiroya and I appeared. We told them they hadn't found us because we'd been sleeping in the attic. Understand that what you've told us is that you two spent all this time asleep in the attic. Despite this, you weren't found.
You didn't find Kate either, so you obviously didn't do a great job. And you were in a rush, so you kept yelling Isla's name quickly looking. But you didn't look at the upper levels of the bedrooms, which is where we were. And since we were asleep, we didn't hear you.
This only made sense from our point of view, but Sai never denied it. Why? There's no way he really didn't look at the upper levels, is there? Perhaps that was the first indication he had that traveling to the future was possible, and he consciously chose not to let us know. I love Sai. Since he should have been in hallway C when Kate disappeared, I wonder if he turned around and realized what had happened to him, too.
I love him too, but I would have murdered him at some point in this story.
You could do it 3 times, is the good news. In any case, when we went to see Ilo with our own eyes, there was a major distinction. The Sekimeya was there, emitting a faint glow. What the hell happened? That Sekimeya was working, and we'd hidden the third one in Naomi's locker. How did that one appear back in the cabinet? I don't get it. I don't know what happened to Isla. Is there a whole other factor that I'm missing about this? Did something else occur that I don't know about? Isla disappeared from the cabinet, but how? Did she go to the future? The future Sekimeya should have been powered off since we just used it. Even if that happened, did she reappear in that same cabinet where she'd gone to look? Why though? She wasn't there in the past, was she? And why did she die? Right, she yelled before falling in. What the hell does that mean? Did she go to the past? Before, Syed kept walking toward hallway A. Perhaps he put the future Sekimeya where he had the past one for whatever reason. Since the future one should have been powered off, Isla would have actually traveled back in time and not changed worlds. I can't know if the search took long enough for it to power back on though. But that still doesn't make sense, does it? If she saw herself, what happened to her other body? Why the hell was it even there? And if both Sekimeya were active, she should have changed worlds. Also, I know Sai could only put one in his hip pack, so the other would have been seen. Most importantly, the Sekimeya reappeared in that cabinet later. Did someone do this? Or was it all an accident that didn't involve a murder?
Oh, sorry, 2 things. So number 1 is that now we know that corpses didn't travel with the Sekimeya.
Yep.
Because Naomi's body didn't just appear or whatever. Like they were just normal murders. And second of all, do we think that Akara actually didn't kill that Naomi? And was that the body that was moved into the lobby, or was that the one from the elevator? It was the elevator one, right?
The elevator one was moved into the lobby, yeah.
Okay. I think Isla suffered an accidental death when she world hopped back into that cabinet.
I think so too, yeah. I think it's a different Isla and she world hopped into the cabinet and she suffocated, yeah.
Yeah.
It's possible someone killed her, but who? Who would have had a motive to do that? Who could have done that? There was a whole search and the future Sekimeya had just been used. It's possible a killer with an elaborate plan carried this out, but that's completely out of place. I don't believe she was killed. Her cause of death was one of the strangest details. It's tough, isn't it? Sorry. So, does it make it better or worse if I read this in the voice that we're hearing this in, as opposed to the Seki fans? What happened to Isla? Under the right circumstances, touching the Sekimeya ended her life. It wasn't an instant result, however. The complexity of what occurred might be a bit more involved than what you're imagining, as no world switches factored in. The cabinet, both Sekimeya, everyone's actions, everything contributed to allow Isla's tragic demise. This riddle will be left all to you, but know something. When Isla looked into the cabinet for the first time, she saw the body of a young girl. It was her own, but that was far from her interpretation. Inside the cabinet, she saw the image of her friend. Her mind and body both teetered on the edge, and she screamed as she toppled into that sarcophagus of a cabinet. Ooh. Her ass is catching more strays than Umi fans. You can take it. You can take it. But if she wasn't killed, I don't know what could have happened. There are too many aspects that I don't get. It was frustrating. I'd had the information to solve everything so far, but I was lost when it came to Isla's death. I wish I could know what happened to her. She died right there, and she never revived. The Isla in the future wasn't the same person. I looked at the voice recorder. The minutes had been ticking along, so I felt slightly rushed. I hated having to move on, but her death seemed to be surrounded by too many questions for me to solve. Really? That's kind of funny. Okay. Got a gimme. Afterward, we simply stayed in the lobby. All of this is explained in the episode 8 manga? Okay. It didn't look like any of us had the strength to stand again, but that changed when Kate and Sai left out of the blue. Both of them said they went to the bathroom, but it's clear that's not what happened. When I thought about it, I realized I could draw a solid conclusion. The Sekimeya that appeared next to Isla's dead body was working. Oh, fuck me. It has to be the... So at this point... I'm going in the fucking... Okay, so at this point, we're maybe like 6-7 hours before... No, more than that. Shit. Yeah, no, wait, I'm right. We're like 6-7 hours maybe before the thing. So the thingy has to go back into the toilet tank pretty soon here.
Yeah, the fact that it went into the toilet tank and then back out of the toilet tank and then back into it again, that's okay. Yeah.
We have like at least 10 more Sekimeiya juggles after this, by the way. I'm just looking at the timeline. Okay, so... Kate and Sai left out of the blue.
At some point, Isla had to go... Because it said that no world hops happened here. At some point, this Isla had to go in the past to end up dead in the cabinet. However, just because she had to go in the past, she could have gone to the future first and then went to the past, right? Also, the Sekimeya that we found working next to her body, was that the Sekimeya that she just used? Because it was suddenly working right away, right? So this... I'm confused about what it said about no world hopping occurred. Because that has to be the body of an Isla from a different world for there to be two of them there. Like, unless the oh god. Unless, oh god. The friend Isla is from a different world.
Unless the, oh god. What if the Isla who came to the tower in the first place is the friend? It can't be that, right? Oh, and that's why it was in her person. Yeah, oh god.
The friend Isla is definitely from world A.
They're from world
3.
Yeah, they're from
Yeah,
she's from
that's
world
the first
A.
Isla.
So yeah, so fuck.
So because there's no world hopping, this Isla is in this world that we're in, which is world B. World B Isla came to the tower. Never world hopped it apparently. Was found dead in this cabinet. Went to the past at some point and died so she could see it herself.
She saw herself die.
It seems like an easy trap to fall into, that because we know, because it just told us it has to be the past, but like, did she go to the future first and then she went to the past?
I
It said
see.
that it was more involved, right? So I'm gonna guess that this is a trick question. It's actually a future Sekimeya. However, the second trick here is like, is the Sekimeya in the cabinet right now even the one she just used? Because it's
Yeah.
on. Like, how is it active right away?
Well, it said that when they first found her, it wasn't there, right? They found it there later. Right?
Did they?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, this is a different question than I think it is then. I don't know what this is then. I have no idea.
Yeah, this is which is
So
the
I
one
went
that
on
they
drinking
found in like chapter 133 next to Isla's body, but it's not when they first found her body. There was no Sekimeya there, if I recall correctly. If I recall correctly.
Now there is a Sekimeya. Okay.
It's so funny. Joe was completely on point with the toilet tank timing. I don't know which one this is. Should we coin flip it? No, the coin flip never works out.
Where is this? Like, when is this? 133, you said?
133, yeah.
Found in Cat A5 cabinet next to Isla's body, 133.
Yeah.
Who would hide the Sekimeya next to a dead body like that of a girl?
Sigh.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Kate would do it too.
Yeah, Kate or Sai would. It's a bit diabolical that both of them.
No one else would.
Yeah, I don't think Akaro would.
It's just those two.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Irina would. If Irina ever went back in time, not just to save her, but also like you wanted to see the Sekimeya. Like, so here I brought it to you. Oh.
Okay, so the future one was the one that they touch in the cleaning room. There's a Sekimeya in the bucket. I don't fucking know. I think on vibes it's the past Sekimeya, but I don't know.
Okay, go for it.
Alright. Yay! I think it was the past Sekimeya.
I think it was the past Sekimeya.
That's because I put it in the Sekimeya cabinet, and when we locked ourselves in the attic, it was still there. We were told that when Sai and Akaro escaped, Akaro forced Sai to tell him where he'd stashed one of the Sekimeya. At that point, he touched it and appeared in January, meaning that the one in the event room was the past Sekimeya. And there is something strange about this. If I'm right, Sai hid the future Sekimeya immediately after Isla's disappearance. That means that when Akaro touched it, it had already gathered energy for a ridiculously long time. A lot more than what I believe he needed to travel 21 days. After Kate and Sai left the lobby, Shiroya and I came across an empty cabinet in room B4 that was set to 0 degrees Celsius. That's what reset the stored time. I'm not sure what happened exactly. Maybe Kate found the Sekimeya and put it somewhere cold, but Sai saw that and removed it. The cabinet would have taken a bit to cool off, but a few minutes had passed. After that, Shiroya discovered the storeroom's movable wall and the door with no handle. At the time, I was certain that the secret place had been used by the culprit to escape the multiple searches we did. But that never happened, but it was only used to avoid one, and it was used to avoid two. Does anybody but Kate know about this at this point?
I don't think this was ever used.
Okay.
At least not by the culprit? Can I see the question again? I'm sorry. So the culprit escaped multiple searches. What culprit? The one that killed Naomi?
There are 3 different culprits at this point.
Yeah.
But I think Kate is the only one who knows about it. Yeah, but that never happened. I don't think it was ever used by anyone who didn't want to be seen, though. Yay! I saw a single set of fingerprints identical to the ones I saw this morning. Since this morning, no one had opened that door from the hallway. Oh, you were right about the fingerprints, then.
Okay.
Kate had the rusty key, and it fits the keyhole of that door. He definitely knew of its existence. And immediately after that, Irina proposed...
I think that's consistent across all the timelines, too.
Yeah, Irina proposed that we confine ourselves. That's what led us to wait in the attic's bedroom, leaving the past Sekimeya behind in the event room. That marked the halfway point of our imprisonment. Oh, God. From there, though, everything only got crazier. Despite our efforts, Sai and Akaro managed to escape. I wouldn't be surprised if they left the way I imagined it, with a thought-up loop. They were just him, dude. Like, you couldn't make it happen. I attempted to replicate that idea, but it didn't work. At the time, I thought of a number of reasons, we remember, that could have prevented my success, but now I can think of even more! Yay! First off, at some point, Akaro traveled days into the future. It's possible that even the Isla from another world traveled days into the past. If I'd walked to the crystal floor, maybe I would have been involved in one of those travels. Man, poor Katsuki. Akaro inside, just zipping around, leaving him out. Secondly, my idea was he should have been more ethically flexible. Secondly, my idea was to leave, travel to the past, unlock the door, and re-enter the bedroom immediately after my departure. That meant that my future relocation would have been in the bedroom, so I wouldn't have been able to appear outside it in the past. Lastly, my plan entailed using the Sekimeya we had hidden in Naomi's locker. It was the third Sekimeya, so I highly doubt it would have ever worked. After both of them left, an Akaro with different memories showed up. Even another Isla was there. What happened outside the bedroom? I only have Akaro's version. He touched the Sekimeya I had hidden and went to the Wait, what the fuck? This doesn't make any sense. More than 20 minutes had passed, so it was safe to step back into the kitchen. How did I not think this through? There's no way we went to January 5th. For that, we should have been in the tower 21 days before the 15th. Akaro's clothes changed. I can't rule out that he was in the tower in the past. Our clothing didn't change, though. I certainly wasn't here in the past, so if I have traveled 21 days to the future, I should have appeared far outside the tower. Oh, shit. The chinchillas are so excited. What the hell? That broke my entire train of thought. It was a major contradiction regarding what I'd concluded. What happened at the end of the day? 21 days before the 15th. That was November 24th. That's the date that Vaisude traveled back to. I was not in the tower at that time. I wonder what would happen if I now travel back in time to that day and go to the tower. I don't think that would explain it either. Needless to say, that won't happen. It would mean that Sai and Arena would have to be there as well. What the hell is this? How is it possible that we traveled to January 5th? Is there another way? Could anything explain this? I thought about our last minutes in the tower right before 9 o'clock. What exactly had caused the travel? Uh-oh. The very thing that we were just discussing, not understanding.
Wait, I'm sorry. Like, but if you world hop to a different timeline and then use the Sekimeya that's been powered on for a while, but you didn't exist in that timeline, where does it send you?
Where the other one version of you was, probably, right? Or would be? Does it know? I don't know. I don't know.
But if that's the case, if two people of the same, if Katsuki A and Katsuki B were in timeline B, and Katsuki A didn't exist in the timeline before, and they both touched the Sekimeiya or they were in range together, that means they would appear in the exact same spot at the exact same time. They would explode.
So it doesn't happen now because that would violate the timelines.
Fucking hell.
One of the Sekimeiya was kept cold in the event room, which means that it was likely the past Sekimeiya. The future Sekimeiya must have been somewhere else, and it made us travel through time. But the replicated locations don't make any sense. I had to think about everything that had happened during the last segment of the day. When I did, a possibility came to mind.
They went like a year plus a couple days back in time.
Oh my fuck. Isla lied about the date. Isla traveled from January 5th to December 15th unknowingly. All of us had been in the tower on November 24th. We traveled to the future more than once. We were knocked out until January 5th. The fourth effect of the Sekimeiya was activated. We never traveled through time. We were always on January 5th. Okay. We were always on January 5th can't be it if we believe the logic of the glass. We never traveled through time is really funny and is the one I would pick if I were doing this on my own. The fourth effect of the Sekimeiya was activated is also very funny.
Like actually never ever? Like
never ever traveled through time is the funniest possibility here. Like the gas was just making them hallucinate. Lamau coming back is like so funny. It also explains why the recorder could do that. Isla lied about the date. Isla traveled from January 5th to December 15th unknowingly. All of us had been in the tower on November 24th. We traveled to the future more than once.
But the lights were out, so...
Something happened.
Yeah, and we were definitely there at the same time when Shiroya came in January 5th. So Katsuki was there.
Yeah. Na 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 na.
See, my just purely metagaming, the fact that 1 and 2 are the same, except Isla knew about it and the other one she didn't, means it makes me think it's one of those two.
I would say B. I don't think Isla would lie. I think it would be B.
Why would she even have the tape recorder? Maybe she was coached.
I don't know.
Why would she do that, Lamayo?
Arena would coach her in order to save herself.
All of us have been in the tower on November 24th. The only way you could do that is with going back in time. Did they go back in time at some point and they could buy?
If they all went back in time to the 24th, but wouldn't they have like seen shit happening in the tower on that day though?
Why would it choose if they went back in time to like with the Sekimeya on November 24th, and then that means at some point there were 2 Katsukis that existed in the same time on November 24th. Which one does the future Sekimeya choose between those 2 then when it does your report? What the fuck how does that? And there has been multiple ones that existed. So how does that work?
Yeah. I don't fucking know what this is. This is so fun. I want to know what it is so bad. Like, can we just pick one?
It can't be 3.
Yeah.
We travel to the future more than one. What the fuck does that mean?
That wouldn't solve anything as far as I can tell with this issue.
I don't think so.
The 4th effect of the Sekimeiya was activated and we never traveled through time are the funniest options. Oh, can chat vote? Should we let chat pick?
The 4th effect of the Sekimeiya was activated.
I love the 4th effect of the Sekimeiya. I kind of want to pick the 4th effect of the Sekimeiya.
What are the 3? This can travel back in
past,
time,
future, and world hopping. Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell.
I love the idea of him just morbing a 4th effect of the Sekimeiya here out of nowhere. Fourth effect hitting the stream. The squid helped him.
I think it's 1.
True. You think it's 1?
I think it's Isla. I think it's Isla lied, but I want to do 4th effect of Sekimeiya because it's fucking hilarious.
Shall we pick it? Lock it in.
Let's pick it. Yeah.
Lock it in.
Let's lock it in.
We were definitely on December 15th. The call with Suripo should confirm that. Then, given Isla's words in the evaporated water, I knew the fucking water mattered. I'm certain we arrived on January 5th. By simply thinking about what happened during that last stretch, an obvious problem immediately comes up. We shouldn't have been able to travel 21 days through time. A bit after 8:30, we found the powered-off Sekimeya in the water tank and we left it in the cold cabinet. Then we found Shiroya in a hallway A crystal room. I don't know who she really was, but she convinced me to wait in the lobby for the shutter to open.
He's still on that. He's still on that.
It's literally the one that he knows, but whatever. Something I felt iffy about occurred then. Arena left, saying she was going to search for Sai. Later, when she came back, it sounded like she traveled through time. The Sekimeya wasn't in the cabinet. I couldn't stand it anymore. I felt like everyone was lying to me. I searched hallway A by myself and found a Sekimeya and Sekimeya in the security room. What's strange is that the Sekimeiya was scalding. It didn't make sense for Arena to have recently used it. That makes me think it wasn't the same Sekimeiya that had just disappeared from the cabinet. After I found the Sekimeiya in the water tank, something about Sai also seemed off.
Still haven't searched the whole floor. I'll go leave the Sekimeiya in the event room and we won't move it again.
There's nothing else to find, is there? Do you seriously believe Shiroya will be here? We've already found the Sekimeiya. I stared at Sai's eyes, a little disconcerted. His voice sounded noticeably more nervous and tense than it had recently.
That should not have air quotes. Is there something else to find here?
Huh? What would that be? He knew there was something left to be found. The Sekimeiya in the security room. He didn't care that we found one, but he was worried we'd find the second one. What's most important is that after I found it in the security room, I put it in the cabinet, but mere minutes later, we supposedly traveled to January 5th. This seems impossible. One Sekimeiya had just been taken out of the cabinet, while the other one had just been left inside. There was no time to build up the necessary energy to travel 21 days through time. If the future Sekimeiya was put in a hot place during those minutes, it could have gathered enough energy. However, that wouldn't explain the replicated location. I wasn't in the tower on November 24th, so there is necessarily an answer that explains both mysteries at once. Could it really be what I'm imagining? Before the exit unlocked, the future Sekimeya was activated. I believe the location where that happened is a very important detail. Bathrooms? No? Where? Event room?
I mean, if it sent them so far into the future, it should just it shouldn't matter. So it didn't then? It has to be close to them?
Yeah.
Where was the future Sekimeya activated? What?
I got no idea.
If it's enough time to skip them over the shutters opening, it shouldn't matter.
I don't know.
A1.
Okay.
A1. I don't know. It's not.
I don't know either.
But A1.
I don't know either. Yeah.
Yeah.
Event room. A1.
Event room A1. Event room seems to like it's right in the middle, so it encompassed the whole entire tower. So everyone was in there, maybe.
Pick side.
That might be a little bit better.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting mech room vibes. Oh, mech room's a good one.
Can you even pick the mech room?
Yeah.
Oh my god, you can.
Could be the mech room. Could be the event room. Could be the hallway. Could be the security room.
So this is the jump where they ended up. The lights went out, right?
Yes. Yeah. Mech room vibes because they were waiting in the lobby for the shutter to open. It could be the mech room, yeah.
But they didn't move.
They did not move.
They didn't move. So they had to be in the exact same place that they were, however many hours they jumped forward.
They were right sitting there waiting, remember?
Yeah.
So I wonder if the answer is they traveled forward twice. I don't know. I don't know where to pick. I just want to know what happened. Here, a side to pick. Thank you. Event room? Okay. Event room. Lock it in. Lock it in. It was in the mechanical. Fuck.
What?
That's where the future Sekimeiya was at 9 o'clock. And it was Irina who activated it. She was in the mechanical room when the lights went off. She still wanted to go to the past. She never stopped saying that. It was her last chance to do so. Before then, she used the Sekimeiya we left in the cabinet. However, when she came back to the lobby and asked us the time, she'd gone to the future instead. Based on what happened later, that had to be the future Sekimeiya. Even so late into the day, Sai was still trying to keep the Sekimeiya hidden. He knew one was in the security room, and when Irina traveled to the future, it was his chance to take care of the other. First time chatter says, I've been waiting for the crash out that's about to happen for weeks.
I'm sorry, I made us click off mech room.
Irina came back asking for the time. That's when we went to the event room and saw the empty cabinet. I noticed the brief instant. Sorry, this is another. You can read the fake air quotes ones if you want.
I noticed the brief instant in which Irina's expression showed surprise. She was still in hallway B, staring at her left. Did you see something?
Is this me? Huh?
I walked up to her, but I found nothing that stood out in the hallway.
What she saw was Sai going through the mechanical room. That's where he left the future Sekimeiya.
We do use these last minutes to find Sai and the Sekimeiya. If he took it, he must have something in mind, and as much as I want to get out, I'm not fond of letting him do as he pleases.
Yes, maybe we should search for him. Search complete! You all did an amazing job this time. I love him. But that's not all. Before, Irina noticed the mechanical room had been opened. That makes me think Sai was down there and came out when we went to the event room. He knew I'd purposely left the cabinet unlocked. If he later hid the Sekimeiya in the mechanical room, he was probably scoping it out ahead of time. This isn't a crash out moment, it's a peak moment. Oh, okay, thanks for letting us know. After that, Sai didn't waver as I looked through hallway A. He knew I would find one Sekimeiya, but not the one he'd just hidden. Once I put the past Sekimeiya in the cabinet, all of us, including Shiroya, went back to the lobby and kept waiting where we'd been before. Irina didn't speak once. She knew the Sekimeiya Sai had hidden was still under us, and she was waiting for it to gather energy. Before the exit unlocked, she disappeared from beside us. She went down to activate the Sekimeya one final time. And she did. The ceiling of the mechanical room is very low, so the range encompassed us too, the people sitting right above it. Why did we go to January 5th, though? If that was the case, the range should have picked up everyone who'd been waiting outside the tower. Somehow, Shiroya knew the travel would occur, and she ran away from us to avoid being involved. But why? Why 21 days into the future? On the surface, it seems like Arena activating the Sekimeya would never result in that. However, I think I can tell what the answer is by simply running through what would have happened after she touched it. Great. Sai frequently told us...
because she was around electricity, and it absorbed more electricity from the mech room.
Sai frequently told us the current time. When Arena minutes traveled to the future, the Sekimeya had gathered power for about 15 minutes. At that point, we already knew that would result in roughly 20 minutes traveled. So we traveled 20 minutes to the future. What would the locations have been? 20 minutes before the travel, Sai was in the mechanical room while Arena and I were in the lobby, sitting in the same spot. What occurred relied on Sai's location upon appearing. By that point, I had also learned that 15 minutes stored resulted in 5 minutes of the Sekimeya's recovery phase. After Arena touched the Sekimeya, it spent 5 minutes off and then gathered energy for 15 more minutes until we appear. Oh my god. Oh, I see why it's a crash out moment. When we appeared, Sai was in the mechanical room where he would hide the Sekimeya. So the instant we appeared, he activated it again. I'm not sure how that happened fluidly, but I can think of a couple of things that make a lot of sense. Immediately, we went 20 more minutes to the future, and when we appeared, the Sekimeya gathered energy for another 15 minutes. That time, the locations were from the time Arena had touched the Sekimeya. In other words, Sumari. She was in the mechanical room while Sai and I were in the lobby. So we went 20 more minutes to the future. Oh, it's incredibly unlikely that the time matched up exactly and perfectly replicated the instant in which we had appeared 20 minutes before. However, it's possible that location was what we defaulted to, as it was the closest location in which we existed. That's all I can really assume there. Again, when we appeared, it was Arena who instantly reactivated the Sekimeya. This created a never-ending chain of 20 minutes jumping forward. Only 2 locations alternated, the one in which Sai was in the mechanical room and the one in which Arena was. Meanwhile, I was in the lobby regardless. This explains,
I hate this fucking story.
This explains why I didn't see the sudden instant flashing they talked about. For some reason, on January 5th, the tower was empty. Kite told us once that the lights turn off every night and are manually turned on in the morning. So if nobody was in the tower in the morning, the lights would have remained off. However, before all the lights turned off permanently, every 20 minutes, Sai and Arena alternated between being in the lobby and in the mechanical room. Although it lasted an instant each time, due to the darkness in the mechanical room and the light in the lobby, they perceived a flashing light. This is so bad. On January 5th, the chain stopped. I don't know why, but we broke free of it, effectively traveling 21 days into the future. And the final location was from when Arena was in the mechanical room, which is why it didn't... It's peak... Oh, okay, thanks. Which is why it didn't feel like we changed places. And since she would have appeared and activated the Sekimeya instantly in the previous location, that must mean it overlapped with part of her body upon arriving. That's why she started bleeding at the end of the chain. The tip of her finger was missing. Did all that really happen and none of us realized it? It explained things, but I still had a few doubts. Why had the tower been empty on January 5th? Why had the chain not gone on infinitely? Sakaro actually was in the tower on November 24th. His hair was longer and a different color. He traveled to the future while we were in the attic, but there's something I'm confused about. If I'm right, and the version of Isla who was there ended up being the friend, she likely traveled before we left the bedroom. We weren't there for too long of a time though, and we'd left the past Sekimeya in the cabinet. Akaro traveled to the future after he and Sai escaped, but since Isla was still there, she went to the past afterward. Would there have been enough time to store the needed energy to go so far back? The reason she was able to go many days back was... Isla world switched when Akaro went to the future. When Katsuki and Shiroya left the bedroom, Isla hadn't traveled to the past yet due to a bed sheet, or someone took the past Sekimeya out of the cabinet before the group locked themselves up. Oh, the bed sheet. Yeah, the bed sheet when she was in the hallway that time.
No, it's just the funniest option. Bed sheet.
Actually, yes. Yeah, it is the funniest option. Yeah. It was due to a bed sheet that the World C group had obtained in World A. When it was brought to World B, they wrapped it around the past Sekimeya and world switched back to World C. Should we just pick the funniest option from now on? However, the sheet remained around the Sekimeya in World B. When it powered back on, the sheet was still very hot. This one's just for you, Annie for Prez. That's what Annie for Prez was debating, the thermodynamic rules of the Sekimeya and the Seki thread. That's why it took a short time to reach the needed amount of energy. I was literally out with my mom at a festival reading this gleefully. When Akaro and Sai...
Sekimeya, it makes you have an electric blanket on cold winter nights. Just put it in the middle of your blanket. There you go. Nice
when Akaro
cozy.
and Sai escaped from the bedroom, Sai was forced to reveal the location of the future Sekimeya and was immediately knocked out. This one was so hard for me. I should have picked the funny option. That's the funny option time. Isla A was there and heard it as well. Worried, she tried to get a response from the unconscious Sai, which only one person heard from the bedroom. Giving up, she went down in an attempt to prevent Akaro from damaging the Sekimeya. She found it powered off in one of the hallway B crystal rooms. Akaro was already gone. She knew the event room cabinet was equipped with temperature regulation, so she carried it there. But after that, on the floor of hallway A, she found a sheet covering yet another Sekimeya. Confused, she felt its surface, instantly vanishing from that place with the sheet. Immediately, she found herself on November 24th. Someone else disappeared as well, Akaro A. The bedroom where everyone stayed was directly above the event room, so the range reached him. From a locked bedroom, he appeared in an unlocked prison cell. That was when a policeman outside the building suddenly appeared 21 days in the past. That makes sense, yeah. We did think that Isla and that policeman went back at the same time. Sai woke up. He was near the elevator, so Isla's travel had missed him and the people in the upper level of the bedroom. Disoriented, he walked to the event room and found out the others had left both Sekimeya behind for him. He still had to complete his plan. To get out of the bedroom, he had to travel to the past. Once he was done, Sai had both Sekimeya for himself. Eager to resolve the doubts he had, he brought them back to a room, B6. Unfortunately...
Wait, hold on. So Isla from timeline B is her own imaginary friend?
Yep.
So, but why did she say that only like a fewer amount of people were in the tower then?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. Isla A was there and heard it as well. Oh, Isla A was in this world. It was Isla A who was there. This is in world B.
This is the narrator talking, not
Yes.
Katsuki. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry, my bad.
This is the narrator.
all right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Because I was
No,
like,
you're
how
all
the fuck
good.
does Katsuki know that? Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
sorry.
Yeah. All right,
Yeah.
it makes sense now. Okay, yeah.
Unfortunately for him, he was only able to resolve his two major concerns before the world around him changed. When we left the bedroom, we quickly found out the third Sekimeya had disappeared from Naomi's locker. So that was the fake Sekimeya, right? Who the hell did that? There's no way it teleported out. Did anyone else have the key after all?
I don't even know where we are.
I don't either. I don't know. I don't know.
I
We are in chapter.
Oh my god.
I don't know. I don't know when or where we are. I have no idea. I didn't add chapter... No, I did add chapter 3. Did I? No, I didn't add chapter 3 to this, so that's no help. Hold on one second. Or chapter 5 or what, I don't know. Anyway, let me look at the notes here. Yeah, I have no idea where we are here. Got no clue. No critical thinking, just vibes. Is Kate dead at this point? I mean, even if Kate is dead, is he dead? That's a fair point, yeah.
What is the question? Sorry.
Who took the Sekimeya out of Naomi's locker?
Why is it back to when we left the bedroom? Why is it back
it's
to not the narrator
Katsuki
now?
again. It's Katsuki again.
Okay,
It's swapped here.
we're back in world B.
Yes, we're back in world B.
Okay, so world B, when they went back down, who took the fake Sekimeya out of it? There's no other Naomi came to this timeline, right?
No, yeah.
Naomi.
We're Naomi free at this point, I believe.
Who is the only Naomi that hasn't world hopped at this point? Naomi C?
Yeah, Naomi C. Which is a bit weird. Because in Naomi C, Naomi C stands up and calls someone a murderer. But Naomi C world hopped to A, so that means she must have world hopped twice during this time, right?
Wait, did she? When did Naomi C go to A?
She did it when she did originally, right? Because Naomi in World B is the only one who didn't go to the attic, right?
Oh, World B is the one I'm thinking of then. So
yeah.
Naomi B.
But wait, did Naomi B? Yeah, she had to have traveled, right? Right? I'm not making it up. Naomi C's outcome was different. She world switched to World A. So Naomi C, we haven't heard about Naomi C at any point.
Yeah, and it's Naomi's locker.
It is Naomi's locker, so she, yeah.
Or Kate, or it's Kate.
Right. I'm gonna say Naomi C because we haven't heard about her in a long time.
Okay.
What do we think? What do we think, everyone?
Go for it. Go for it.
It was a Caro A. Well.
Oh, fucking hell. Okay.
You know, whatever. Right. You might remember he world switched while he was in the staff room and he had Naomi A's keys. No, I don't remember that.
Yeah, I don't, yeah.
While he waited in room B4, he wondered if he had access to that locker, and when he went to confirm it, he saw someone had hidden a Sekimeya there. Mystified, he took it out with no comprehension that he was no longer in his own world. I wonder who it was. Maybe Sai somehow. After that,
I love how this question just came out of nowhere. Just hey, who did you took out
hey,
of the
by the
locker,
way. After that, Shiroya and I found a Sekimeya on the floor of a hallway B room, B6. We touched and went to the past, or we touched it and went to the future. When the fuck was this? When the fuck was this?
Six. In 215, found in beat room B6, it disappears from Kate's hands.
That's another time though. Because I have no idea when this happened. I think this is here. I think this is in chapter 3. Yeah, this is in chapter 3, so it isn't listed on here. Is he with Shiroya here? We found the Sekimeya in room B6. We touched it and traveled through time. No.
Why is Katsuki doing that? Oh, because she went back and saw him. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right.
Okay. So here we go.
I thought this was a world line shift. I didn't think this was like.
So it was burning when they touched it. Okay. So they went to Crystal Room B6. The Sekimeya was on the floor. She said who had left it there. Nobody. I bet someone activated it, disappeared, and didn't come back. It's working. It burns. What do we do with it? And so they used it. They were exactly in the bedroom where they'd just been. So that means that they traveled to the future? Because they were in the bedroom where they just were, right? And then they left.
Yeah, it goes backwards like that, yeah. And also in the story, they thought they went to the past, so now it's in the future. I guess.
I mean, maybe. They could double.
I am finding this incredibly difficult to remember, by the way.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Me too. No, it's okay. That's why I keep scrolling back through it. Okay. When we touched it, I'm pretty sure we went to the future. That's nice. We appear where we'd been 10 minutes before, so we went 10 minutes to the future. We thought we'd gone to the very recent past because the footprints we just left looked recent. Since we went shortly into the future, that didn't change. And then we concluded we'd gone 5 minutes to the past because we thought that we'd taken the elevator and caused the trip that we heard before traveling. Instead, someone else used it from the attic after we left the bedroom. On the crystal floor, we went to the lobby because our past selves hadn't gone there. Who did we hear if not ourselves? There was someone moving through the hallways.
We heard an indistinct sound come from hallway A, made by a door. That's us. We just entered the event room. We waited, and seconds later, the same sound came from hallway B. Unmistakably, a closing door had created it.
Fuck if I know who they are. Is this still about a Caro? Is this still a Caro A? Wait, no, he world hopped. He world hopped, right?
Was that before or after?
Then he world hop 2 here.
I wonder who it was. Maybe Sai somehow. After that, oh, he had the fake Sekimeya. So he wasn't able to world hop or anything. A closing door had created it. I feel like if we went back in red, we could find this out, but I don't want to do it. How about you?
I don't want to do that, no. I'd rather just move along.
All right. Who do we want to guess? Do you want to guess Akaro A because he just came up?
Akaro A, yeah. Akaro A, yeah.
Right. There aren't many people I can think of. Sai, Arena, Kate, and maybe the other Shiroya, but given the movements, I might know who it was. And that Shiroya, how the hell did she get there? Was she the Shiroya from this morning? Did she appear in the attic with Naomi and spend the whole day in the tower? It can't be. We would have seen her, and what the hell was the deal with her clothes? Or anything that she said. She was the same Shiroya I'd been with. She remembered what we'd done. That's all I get. When we returned to room B, did we get an answer there?
Huh?
I guess Shiroya?
So the answer was the Shiroya that was standing right next to us?
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, when we returned to room B6, the Sekimeiya we used wasn't there. Since we'd gone to the future, someone had time to take it away. Instead, we found one in a cabinet drawer. It was considerably hot, so it was there for a long time. But we decided not to activate it and brought it to its cabinet. If they had touched it, though, what would have happened? It has been a while since you asked for that. Katsuki would have gone many hours back in time. The lights would not yet have turned on, and he would have found himself in the lobby. You remember, right? He spent a long time in the staff room. Eventually, after the light was turned on in the morning, he was killed by Ito, who had the suitcase ready to prepare the attack. Oh. This is the bad ending. It was Ito who killed him. Yeah. Before his eyesight failed, Katsuki saw 4 people he recognized.
He doesn't know Ito.
He would know Ito because he saw him mopping in the lobby.
Oh.
Yeah. Before his eyesight failed, Katsuki saw 4 people he recognized. Ito, Shiroya, Kate, and Isla? Why? I don't know the answer to this.
Wait, this is a bad end. Why the fuck would we? What is it asking?
It's
asking
an alternate
timeline.
In the bad
it could be
end,
anything.
who did he see? I don't even know where that is.
What if you didn't do the bad end?
2 men, a woman, and a girl. It's 2 men, a woman, and a girl. So it has to be the one with Isla, right? 2 men, a woman, and a girl?
Is Shiroya a girl?
I think Isla is a girl.
Okay, it's Isla then. Yeah. Go for it.
Unless it could be this one. Does Shiroya count as a girl?
Shiroya could count as a girl. I don't think Shiroya should count as a girl. She's old enough to drink very soon, as we found out. So I think it should be 2. If Shiroya counts as a girl, crash out 2.
One was Shiroya. She was naturally encompassed by the range when Katsuki touched the Sekimeya. However, she didn't appear in the lobby with him. Strangely, she appeared in a bathroom on the crystal floor, and when she left, she was seen from the security room and addressed through the microphone. Katsuki recognized Ito and Surupo as well. He'd seen both of them during the long wait before the event. The last person was Arena. That's...
Wow.
The last person was Arena. She had been alive in room B4 next to Katsuki and Shiroya and appeared in the mechanical room. However, she'd been unconscious. That is pretty unfair. Yeah.
That's fucked.
Yeah, that's pretty unfair. However, she'd been unconscious. Therefore, despite appearing in the past, she took a while to awaken. You were so pissed. Yeah, that's pretty bad. 2 impossibilities prevented this from happening. One was the butterfly effect. Sorry, I was checked out of that because I was pissed off. Sorry. Despite appearing in the past, she took a while to awaken. 2 impossibilities prevented this, meaning like this bad ending from happening. One was the butterfly effect. The other was a lack of a world switch. It's either Katsuki's death or the lack of a world switch.
I think it's Katsuki's death because Katsuki can't die because he's important. Yeah. So I think it's one, but I guess
yeah, Katsuki does die in one of the timelines though.
But I don't think this Katsuki can die.
This Katsuki doesn't die. No, that's true.
This Katsuki is important. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Precisely. Katsuki died. Perhaps that problem helped you figure out the Sekimeya's mechanics. Because Katsuki died, he could have never appeared in the lobby. He wouldn't have been there in the future. However, there's something to recognize. He had a wound on his right hand, and in the darkness, you saw he had a key shaped like the one for Naomi's locker. It was Ito's instead, though. His appearing location was where he would have ended up traveling to the future in a chain of travels. Okay, man, sure. Annie for present chat also going, sure. Sure. That was when we found Kate dead in the security room. Who killed Kate B?
Kate B?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, man.
Naomi C? No.
Okay, so this is when they're looking through the rooms. They haven't seen Irina and Kate. Did Irina?
Didn't Irina have a bunch of blood on her, and we never found out how she got that blood on her?
Yeah, but is this before that or after that?
Why would Irina kill Kate?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, that's surprisingly an option. The other two thoughts I had, Naomi C, because that's the only Naomi that's alive, right?
Yeah.
And his revenge. And the other option is Kate B killed himself. He used the Sekimeya in a bad time and like teleported himself like above the fucking like in the room or something and fell. That's like,
how
I think
did he die?
Like,
His clothes, the desk, the floor, they'd all been flashed with it. Didn't they say that he fell onto the desk and smacked his head? He fell on its edge. Yeah, I think you're actually right. I think you're actually right about that. He slipped and fell on its edge or whatever. Yeah, he could have teleported himself in and then smacked his head off it like a little freak. Right?
let's go for it. It's funny.
It is funny. When Kate walked out of the bedroom, Irina followed close behind. She didn't believe Katsuki and Shiroya had killed Isla. Sai and Ikaro had been with her the entire time. However, Kate had been missing during that time and he hadn't explained himself. She didn't trust him at all. He'd been lying all day. He'd faked going to the bathroom to take advantage of Isla's death. On the lowest floor, when Irina uttered his name, he turned around slowly. A single question was asked. Where were you when we couldn't find you? Kate realized the meaning behind that. Irina suspected him of causing Isla's death. He sighed quietly and then spoke.
I don't know exactly. When I was walking behind Sai, I suddenly appeared in the attic.
What?
It's the truth. It likely happened when Shiroya and Katsuki touched the Sekimeya, remember?
Why didn't you say this before? And that doesn't tell me anything. Why didn't we find you? Kate stared into Irina's eyes. Her voice had never sounded so harsh.
I said I experienced the teleportation, and I'm telling you the truth. I was beyond confused when I appeared there. When I came down, the three of you were in the lobby.
Although Irina wavered, she quickly dismissed Kate's claim as nonsense. You're not even making sense. You were hiding in the storeroom, weren't you?
What? No, there are cameras in hallway C. What I'm saying will be proven.
I don't believe it. The cameras aren't recording.
Yes, they are. Don't you see the light?
Kate saw nothing but hostility in Irina's face, enough to appear as a threat. Did she really think he had killed Isla? He didn't know anything about what had happened to her, but there was a way he could prove his innocence. You still haven't explained anything. Why didn't you say this earlier, and why didn't we find you? Irina had no idea what to believe. No one else could have harmed Isla, but who would have? Why would anyone have done that to her daughter? Part of her wanted to abandon everything and just stop thinking altogether, placidly waiting the month it would take her daughter to return.
I'm
I'm not lying. Maybe I can prove myself.
Kitei started walking to the security room, gesturing at Irina to come with him.
It's been a long time since I've checked. Perhaps the security system is working again, just like what happened to the computer.
In silence, Kitei kneeled under the desk while Irina watched expectantly.
Again, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this.
As he stood up, he nonchalantly took a rusty key out of his pocket and left it in a drawer.
This time, I won't forget to keep it somewhere safer.
Kitei sat on his chair and started up the 3 screens. As Irina stepped forward, he pressed the archived footage button.
Oh, it's working.
A list of cameras appeared on the screen. Irina read them without so much as a twitch.
Look, I'll show you that I was telling the truth.
When Kitei selected one, a video of hallway C came up, mainly focusing on the bathrooms. Frustrated, Kitei used the time bar to skip ahead.
Here, I'm about to disappear.
Coming from hallway B, Sai stepped into C. Kitei followed behind, and out of nowhere, his body vanished.
See? That's when I appeared in the attic.
After he selected another camera and fast-forwarded further, Kitei appeared from the 2nd floor and entered hallway A.
Just like I said, I wasn't here when she disappeared. I have no idea what happened to her, but I didn't lie.
Did you kill Naomi?
Huh? Of course I didn't.
Said the liar. Show me what happened. After a brief pause, Kitei moved the cursor to a different camera. He was calm. He knew very little incriminating footage was located in those folders. Once he clicked on room B4's camera, a message appeared on the screen. 10:04, cameras disabled and associated footage erased.
What? The killer erased it? How?
10:04? Isn't that when we left you here?
Huh? It might be, but why does that matter? The system wasn't working for me at the time.
You killed Naomi, right? Kitei hung his head. He'd failed to remember the deletion time would be displayed.
Oh my god. I would never kill a person.
You did, and not only Naomi, right?
You're wrong. I promise I didn't do anything.
Kitei's excuses were poor. You believe him? He wasn't trying anymore. Even if he convinced Irina, he was done for, as the deletion time pointed straight at him. His mind was someplace else entirely. He couldn't let that message be seen. He had already ended someone's life for his own sake. If he was quick, he could get himself out of there. And there were many more suspects than the first time. Kitei turned around, ready to deliver a sudden blow, but he didn't expect the one that came first. Damn! Pop off, Irina! After a sharp collapse, Kitei's body was on the floor, splashed with its own blood. Next to him was Irina. Kitei's fist had contacted her head, and she had also fallen on top of the blood. Oh, you were right. That's how the blood got on her. Only one of them was alive. Irina suddenly awakened and saw Kitei's blurry outline. She had killed him. She remembered what had happened. However, she could hardly keep herself steady. She was unable to tell how much time had passed. The seconds had suddenly cut off for her, but she had to get out of there. Once she was able to stand, she walked to the door. So she killed him with a punch. She hit him and he smacked his head off the desk and died.
Okay.
She couldn't see anyone in the hallway, but the end was a bright blob. Suddenly, she felt the need to go somewhere. She approached the event room. Inside, a single drop of Kitei's blood dripped off of her. Paying it no mind, she slowly walked out through the other door. She walked in a straight line. Then, beyond a door, she saw a body beneath a curtain. She had avenged her. Naomi could at least rest in peace. Someone closed the door behind her, but she didn't hear it. Only 2 other people did, and they mistook it as their own action. Don't ask me who, please. Thank you. I think I can imagine what happened. We then found Irina's body, but she was still alive, and after we were in the event room for a while, the other Shiroya woke me up. Why the hell was she there, and why did we not find her before? Did she avoid the searches with the Sekimeya, knowing all of them were coming? She really must have been the Shiroya who disappeared with Naomi. Oh, in most timelines, Kitei doesn't die from that, but those are bad ends. Gotcha. We couldn't find her, but suddenly, Sai attacked us. I don't get that either. What the funniest thing is it's not even like Seki Fuller's doing it, it's other people memeing on it. It's really good. Why did he want to kill us, and where did he even get that knife from? I thought you'd overstepped, but it seems I was the one who had. What the fuck did that even mean? Before that point, he seemed to slow down when it became clear that I didn't know why he was chasing us. He snapped out of it suddenly, though. When he saw the security camera, when he heard a sound, and when he saw Katsuki hadn't cried. Okay, this one we can look up.
It's cry, right? When he realized it was a different Katsuki, and that's the only way he could have realized it was a different Katsuki. I think it's when he cried.
giant letters. Katsuki, you son of a bitch. I just want to see the moment. Right, we had the fake ending.
Stared at his eyes with the most insensitive expression.
I see. Oh yeah, because Katsuki was crying about Shiroya. Yeah, I think you're right. Pensively, Sai glanced around the room. Suddenly, in visible shock, his whole body went one step backward. Sai saw the security camera behind Katsuki. Well, fuck me.
Oh,
Earlier, Sai had experienced his first world switch. It was Katsuki A who he thought he'd been chasing. He realized Katsuki B didn't seem to know what had occurred and that he hadn't been crying.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Fuck.
But it was the camera's green light that stopped him, as it otherwise would have been possible for that Katsuki to be a future version of the one who'd punched him. In World A, Sai had noticed the green lights were gone. The cameras hadn't been recording. When he unknowingly returned to World B, he even saw the message on the computer that matched with the lack of green lights. However, when he saw the green light again, he understood he'd been recorded chasing behind Katsuki and Shiroya with a knife. If he killed them, he would be the culprit. Sai didn't believe that footage would see the light of day, but he couldn't risk his own life. As a result, he abandoned all intentions to use his knife as soon as that green light entered his eyes. Sai began to think about what he'd experienced. The Sekimeiya had disappeared from room B6, where Katsuki and Shiroya had found one. They hadn't known yet that two existed. They thought the Sekimeiya had teleported to a drawer, meaning they might have missed that the future Sekimeiya was still in that room. Katsuki looked through every room in the hallway B and didn't find it after Sai had evaded detection there. He thought he could simply go 20 minutes back and obtain it before Katsuki's inspection like he planned before dashing out of the event room. But what had he experienced? Where was the Katsuki who'd been crying in the attic? Sai had seen a dead body in the lobby near a pool of blood, Shiroya's. Why was it not there anymore? Why had the pool of blood diminished? He didn't know, but he'd seen Shiroya dead. Her fate had to be death, but Sai couldn't explain the body's disappearance yet. She would end up dead. Someone would kill Shiroya. Sai just had to work out the structure of events. He ran away and managed to hide in hallway B.
I'm upset.
Why are you upset? Because we got that wrong, even though he actually did see that?
I'm upset. I'm so upset. Do you want me to take over, by the way? You've been ringing for a while.
No, I'm okay. You did the first whole 2 hours, so I can do the last one.
Okay.
Unless you want to.
No, works for me.
Okay. What are you upset about?
The question, the answer, yeah. Maybe
Where's,
both are right? I don't know.
Where's chilling? He ran away and managed to hide in hallway B. I'm not sure what he did, but when he unlocked the cabinet, we spoke to him for a while. He was pretty confident that Shiroya would die and that the blood in the lobby was hers. And that's when he and Shiroya disappeared from the event room. I also just said what my plan relies on. I must go back to the past, but I don't need to go too far. If I had another Sekimeiya hidden, what would the point of using this one be? I would just go back to the past with the other one I have, right? This is an actual question. If I know where another Sekimeiya is, like you say, why would I not simply use that one? Because it would have sent him to the future. He wanted to go to the past, and he knew the Sekimeiya in the cabinet was what he needed. When he touched it, he and Shiroya appeared in the attic, which was inaccessible for me. I'm not sure what happened there, but Shiroya told me Sai locked her in a bedroom. On the crystal floor, I was able to open another locker. Why did I find its key in the cleaning room? Why didn't we find it before that point? It should have been noticed plenty of times when people were looking for the Sekimeiya. Maybe you realized that Akaro always went out of his way to look at that room before the cart disappeared. From the staff room, I used the Sekimeiya and appeared 20 minutes in the past in the event room. I used that time to search through the upper floors, but I had locked myself out of the attic. I ended up in the security room without finding anyone, but Arena had to be somewhere, likely with Mia. Many questions were eclipsed by a much bigger one, the note that I'd found on the floor of the staff room. I touched the Sekimeiya and went 20 minutes to the past. Then when I returned to the staff room, I found that note. It's very likely it fell from my pocket when I sat on the floor. I never wrote it. What the fuck was it doing in my pocket? I don't believe anyone else left it on the floor. Wait, no, this doesn't even make sense. Nobody could have put it in my pocket, so what I must assume is that I appeared with it when I traveled to the past. From the staff room, I traveled and appeared in the event room. That makes sense. 40 minutes later, we were all there when Irina was about to activate the Sekimeya. Oh, right, I'd forgotten about this too.
Still sounding groggy, she traced my gaze up to her purse and took out a small piece of paper.
I found this just now. I tried to read it, but my head hurt a lot. Do you know what it is?
She handed it to me and I snatched it away, gripping it tightly. My hand started trembling as soon as I glanced at the words again and saw those familiar letters.
Irina found the note I threw away. When I took it, I immediately put it in my pocket so the others wouldn't see it. That's why I appeared with it in the event room 40 minutes earlier. Well, how the fuck did it get in the tower? Yeah, however, this is illogical. Where is its origin? I appeared with it and I threw it away. Then Irina found it and gave it to me, which is why I appeared with it. It doesn't have a beginning. It must have something backward, otherwise it doesn't make any sense. Katsuki had the note in his pocket before he traveled to the past. 2 identical notes had been written. Irina didn't find the note where Katsuki has thrown it, or Irina gave Katsuki a note with different contents. I think Irina didn't find the note where Katsuki had thrown it, maybe.
Yeah, that's instinctively what I went to too. I can't see how it could be.
I think Mia had to have it in her purse, and that's what she brought into the tower. That's the thing she didn't want anybody to see, maybe, right?
Maybe.
And then Irina found it in Mia's timeline, or whatever. That's my instinct.
It's got to be that, right?
The answer could be Katsuki had it in his pocket and forgot, which is really fucking funny. But I think it's that she found it where Mia dropped it.
Both of our instincts were the same on this one, so we're probably wrong, but let's go for it.
Nice. I assumed Irina... Yeah! We got one right! I assumed Irina found the note where I discarded it behind the handrail in hallway B. But she only said, I found this just now. If she found it somewhere else, it makes sense. She gave it to me and I gripped it tightly, which is why I appeared with it in the past and saw it roughly folded. Then I left it behind the handrail and it remained there. Maybe this is it. After all, there's only one explanation behind that note. It came from another world. And Irina told us what happened right before that point. She met Mia. Could Mia have had that note? Yeah. Did I really write it in another world? Do you think Mia came across this egg chair story? Yeah, it's the thing that was in her purse. Why was she there and where did she go? I put my hand in my pocket, but the note wasn't there. It had disappeared at some point. Right, the next time I traveled to the past, I didn't appear with it. But why? I should have. Although that was what it seemed like, concluding why it had vanished was relatively simple. Oh, it's like I thought earlier. I had the note when I traveled to the past. From the staff room, I appeared in hallway B and then slammed the storeroom door to create a new noise. After that, I waited in the bathroom on the second floor. There, I put my hand in my pocket because I wanted to flush the note away. However, it wasn't there. That's why I didn't appear with it. I wanted to flush it away, so if I had... I wouldn't have held the note in the future and I never could have appeared with it. These details. I wonder how many I missed. Now that I think about it, something similar happened that very same travel. When I touched the Sekimeya, I had the locker key in my hand. However, when I returned to the staff room with Shiroya, I had it in my pocket. I still appeared with it in the past, but it was in my pocket. That's because if I'd appeared with it in my hand, I would have then put it in my pocket. That redundant action was cancelled, and I simply appeared with it already inside. Along the same line of thought, I know.
So much.
I know. I will remind everybody of what I said like 10 streams ago, where I was like, I think that how the objects work is probably integral to this, and I don't want to pay attention to it, and I don't care about it. And I'm exactly where I was with that. I'm exactly where I was. I don't care, and I don't want to look at it. Along the same line of thought, I didn't go to the bathroom many times, did I? I didn't feel the need to. Maybe that happened due to my travels. If I'd felt that urge upon going back, I would have gone to the bathroom. Then in the replicated location, that would, oh, now we get the explanation. That wouldn't have been needed anymore. My bladder just automatically emptied without me noticing. We've got the lube timeline. We've got the stinky timeline. And folks, we've now got the piss timeline.
What the fuck?
The same for I would have taken a nap, so now I'm not sleepy anymore, by the way. There certainly are mysteries I still can't solve. Maybe I can, but I'm failing to do so. I should set up a causal loop where I figure out all of the mysteries and write them for myself on a piece of paper. Mia's existence, Shiroya's. In the event room, when Irina activated the Sekimeya, the world around us changed, and Sai was the only one to travel through time. Sekimeya vanishing the shit and piss Harry Potter style genuinely made me laugh hysterically. I'm imagining the piss zone, yeah. I'm imagining the piss zone. Oh, sorry. It's in the event room when Irina activated the Sekimeya, the world around us changed, and Sai was the only one to travel through time. He went to the past or the future. I don't fucking know.
Wasn't the future Sekimeya in the toilet tank at this point? So he would have been closer to the one that we're using, so it would be the past? I'm pretty sure it was in the toilet tank at this point, charging up, wasn't it?
Probably. Yeah, probably. Because this is at like 6 p.m. So yeah, I think so. I think you're right.
God, I hope I'm right.
Katsuki had hidden the past Sekimeya in Ito's locker, so Sai went to the future. He had just been in the attic's bedroom, so he reappeared there with Shiroya. That is how he unintentionally locked himself in that room. When that happened, I don't know. When that happened, Shiroya was with us, but her clothes were different. She had appeared before me when he cried her name. That was the real Shiroya, but what happened to her? How did she get there? Was she the Shiroya from this morning, the one who traveled to the He's gonna realize it's all the same Shiroya. Her words came back to me. She had told me she traveled to November 30th. Wait, what the hell? There's a major contradiction with that. The location where she appeared, I think. Or the place where she stayed, because she would have been there. No, because she got exploded. So I think it's the location where she appeared. Because she would have been where she was in the future, right? So why would she be under the shop? So if he knows
why
that...
wasn't the future Sekimeya in the toilet tank?
I don't know.
What the fuck? Didn't we see like a diagram of that earlier? I'm so lost.
Okay.
I'm upset that I'm not following it. I don't know about this one.
I think it's the location where she appeared because there was no reason for her to be under the shop in the future except teleporting. Right?
Why is the number of days she spent in the past on there?
I don't know.
Sorry, can I see the question again? There's a major contradiction in that.
I thought he already told her that she went to the future, not the past.
No, this happens after this.
Oh, okay. I think it's the location where she appeared then.
Okay, go for it.
She said that she appeared below the gem shop, but that can't be. She wouldn't have appeared there if she'd gone from December 15th to November 30th. That location was exactly where she was on November 30th. The only way for her to appear there is if she went 15 days into the future to December 30th. Could she have really gone to the future? Did that occur without her realizing it? Right, I didn't think about it earlier, but the Sekimeya that sent us repeatedly to January 5th at 9 was the one that Shiroya activated in the bathroom. I couldn't know what had happened, but just the location where she'd appeared spelled it out clearly. Wait, this is why. It's why the chain of travels forward stopped on January 5th. It's gotta be. Shiroya traveled to the future, she went to December 30th, then like she told me, she entered the tower through the storeroom days later on January 5th. She didn't tell me exactly what she did, but I know she was in the mechanical room. She told me she found the attic key there. So she was looking for something, and without realizing it, she moved the future Sekimeya in the mechanical room. The next time all of us appeared, nobody instantly activated the next travel, so we stopped on the 5th. That has to be...
I thought it was going to be Isla that did that, not Shiroya.
Thank you for caps.
How did she accidentally do that?
I don't know.
When she got the key, she accidentally brushed against the Sekimeya in the dark and didn't realize it?
I guess so. Thank you, Caps, for resubbing at tier 3. Oh, thank you, Caps. Seki Peak, I haven't watched the start of stream. Thank you, Caps.
Police never found a glowing rock in the dark mechanical room, by the way. Also, none of the police ever noticed that for an instant they would just blip into the room and then blip out again. And also, it never showed up on the cameras at any point either. Wait, there's no camera in the lobby.
Do you know we've had 12 emotional support Psy redeems this stream? It wouldn't be glowing, that's true. I looked at the voice recorder. 58:42. It's been almost an hour already. I didn't have much time. Although it once seemed impossible, saving Mia from the explosion should be simple! Very soon, if I touch the Sekimeya, I'll be sent back to a point before she died. Then I could stop it. I could change. the past. That would create the world that we want, the one we thought we'd have on that day. But there's still a big problem. If I do that, I can't live in it. 2 versions of myself would remain. That had previously been a theoretical problem I hadn't needed to confront. However, it was the truth. Although that world was attainable, it had no room for its creator. Given all I'd concluded, I could think of a slight workaround. I could create that world and then leave it. If I'm right, and touching the Sekimeiya when both ranges overlap will send me to the other world, I could do that after saving Mia. If it worked, although I'd end up in my original world, I would have at least facilitated the best one's existence. But I don't get what's happening right now. Why was Mia in the tower? If I did what I'm thinking, I would make sure... I would make sure our past selves don't go to the event, as that would put them in danger again. So then why is Mia here? And why have I not seen Shiroya anywhere? Wonder why that might be. That time before 9, why did Shiroya say that she didn't want to save Mia? It couldn't have been the real Shiroya. Fuck you. But I can't figure out a reason. However, as I'd thought, doing what I proposed myself was simple. I only had to touch the Sekimeiya when the device displayed 65 minutes and 20 seconds. As I could plan out the loop before executing it, there was a best case scenario that I'd thought up. I would appear on November 24th. That's 21 days before now. And it'll be January 5th in 21 days. Basically, if I think about what I'll do on January 5th, I can plan my arrival on November 24th. After November 30th, once everything is done, I could touch the Sekimeiya to go to our previous world. There, I know I'll be able to use the Sekimeiya on January 5th after we break free from the chain of travels. If I plan this out, so I obtain both Sekimeiya on the 5th, I can appear with them on November 24th, which will allow me to use them immediately after the 30th. What I can't be sure of is that doing so will bring me to the world I was in. It could send me anywhere else. If that happens, though, won't it be the world where Shiroya is? The Shiroya who disappeared from this world earlier today? Would that be consistent? Even though I would have altered this world, would I be sent to the same place where she went? I had no idea where Shiroya was, but I remembered the time I'd told her that changing the past was possible. Without a doubt, she wanted Mia to be saved, and the opportunity to accomplish it was finally real. Even with all I'd concluded, I found myself entirely lost, merely aware that Mia's death was reversible. If touching the Sekimeiya doesn't send me to our world, what that... Oh shit. Thank you, Dalmek, for gifting 5 subs to Dungeon Creature, Weck is on Fire, Mini Kant, Yuha, and Chicken Liver Nuts. Thank you, Dalmek. Really appreciate it. If touching the Sekimeiya doesn't send me to our world, what that might mean is that on January 5th, I won't be able to have them. Then I wouldn't appear with them on November 24th, so I suppose I'll know as soon as I travel. If that happens, I'll have to wait until December 15th to change worlds during the incident. Was it a flawed plan? I went over it again and I didn't think so. I intended to change history. There was no option to check a note a future self of mine would leave behind to assure my success. Saving Mia was achievable. I dearly wished for that, hoped it was possible, been denied, and arrived at a real chance for it. It was a surreal thought, but there was no longer a reason to doubt it. Once it was created, I would let that world continue to exist by leaving it. Would it be possible to find the Shiroya I'd been with? If so, would we be able to return to our world? Assuming we could do that, there would be nothing else to wish for. But I still can't wrap my head around Mia's existence in the tower. Does that conflict with what I'm aiming for? How was she here? If I save her, I know I'll make sure none of us go to the tower. How is it possible that she was here all day? I don't understand it, but it shouldn't be an issue regardless. Okay, yay! On top of that, I can't be content with just knowing that she was in the tower. I still need to act. The note I found in my pocket could have come from Mia. Irina said that she saw her minutes before we traveled to the world where she existed. That note implied only one thing, Shiroya's death. If that world was this very same one I'm in and Mia came from it, could that be why I haven't seen Shiroya? Is it because she's not here at all? If I'm able to appear on November 24th with both Sekimeiya, I'll be able to freely travel back through time, just in case there's any issue I can't foresee the first time around. I exhaled slowly. I was ready to act. Even though the true shape of the universe was impossible to comprehend, I knew enough to be confident in myself. And no matter what, it would lead to a result. No matter what it was, an outcome would arise from the labyrinthine structure that had formed around me. Oh, good. Now, good reference to the visuals of the creator screen. I can do it, can't I? Mm-hmm. I can easily appear on November 24th. It has to be that day because it's proportional to January 5th. I don't think anyone's still in the tower right now, so the range should only affect me. The time on the screen was 62:37. I'd taken the past Sekimeiya out of the refrigerator as I'd pressed record, so I didn't have a lot of time to waste. In the past, I won't be able to stay at my house. That means I'll need money to stay somewhere else. But that's not an issue. What I figured out earlier will help me here. Lottery? Lottery? In November, I could very easily obtain the money my past self has saved. However, I'd like to avoid doing that so I don't cause any issues. Instead, I can just duplicate it. I can take that money, which will allow me to have it on January 5th, then I'll appear with it on November 24th, so it won't be necessary to obtain it for my past self. Of course, to have it on January 5th, I have to not spend it. There's another way to solve this. Just duplicate it again. My body I don't know. My body shook with anticipation, jittering all the way down to my fingertips. I was closer to leaving the tower than I had been in what felt like eons. He's putting Rosebud in. He's having a great time. On January 5th, if I'm able to get the Sekimeya, that will happen inside the tower around the morning, after the point I traveled to the past. Since it's currently the afternoon, I'll appear at close to midnight on the 25th. That's perfect. I stopped thinking.
He doesn't want to give himself like a 12-hour buffer or anything like that. So like what if he's sick from No, he's just going for
he's
it.
in there.
Okay.
He's going in there. He's going in. He's going in.
I would give myself a whole ass week, like just to be like, okay, like let's settle, like you know, like. I know.
Katsuki is too stupid to realize he can just cheat the lottery. We were too harsh on Shiroya. True. Shiroya had a plan. Yeah, no, it's crazy to be doing this at the exact moment, right? I stopped thinking and stepped closer to the Sekimeya. 64:47, the seconds were rapidly going up. 65, only 20 more seconds. The aura of heat around the Sekimeya had compounded immensely, but my senses were honed in on the timer. I barely registered the temperature. 65:15, 16, 17, 18. So we'll continue on Friday? Don't do it.
Yeah, continue on Friday.
65:19. That was the last number my eyes saw before my sight blackened. Where touching the Sekimeya brought back the darkness. However, I immediately discerned where I was, the place where I thought I'd appear. It's the lobby. Since there's no light, it must be nighttime. There was something on my lap and I knew what it was. A suitcase. It was open and both Sekimeya were in it. It worked. The Sekimeya are here. It would be so funny if one of them was the fake one. This is everything I need to confirm this will work. I'll go back to my world, and on January 5th, I'll be able to get both Sekimeya. I could feel that my clothing hadn't changed. When I looked around me, I saw the sight I'd been longing for, the sky. As my vision adjusted, the multitude of stars above me took shape. The shutter, the barrier to the outside, was gone. I stood up speechless and haltingly walked over to the door. I could see snow on the ground, illuminated by a handful of streetlights. It was right there behind a screen of glass. I placed my hand on the handle and gently pushed. The door didn't open. As I'd expected, it was locked. I couldn't go to the storeroom because the hallway cameras would record me. Oh, right. They have no cameras in the lobby just because Lamau. They don't need it. It's always guarded.
No, it's not because Lamau. It's because of this.
and Shiroya, I know. I put my hand in my pocket, hoping I would feel cold metal. Yes, it's here. It was a key ring with a dog-shaped keychain, the one I'd found in the coat of a staff member, which I could obtain on January 5th. Since it had been in the clothes that staff member had worn when entering the tower, it was possible one of the keys unlocked the door. Appearing with it guaranteed that one would. There were 4 keys and one was bigger than the others. Once I found the keyhole below the handle, I inserted it. When it turned, my shoulders dropped, unable to believe the truth. I could set foot outside that place. I love they've got a glass front door completely unmonitored. Yeah, that's what I'm saying about the no cameras in the lobby thing. That's funny. And when the door opened, I did so without thinking. I was no longer in the building. There was snow around me, and I was holding the Sekimeya. Most importantly, I had a plan I could enact successfully. We're in Katsuki City. Oh my god.
Man, so he did all this shit before he met Shiroya upstairs in the attic and said, I think that maybe you went forward in time instead of back.
Apparently, yeah.
Wow. Damn.
A lone key was in my pocket, isolated from the set, the rusty key I'd obtained in the security room, and in my other pocket I found money. I could only stand there feeling the cold air hit my face. I couldn't believe I'd really been able to walk out. I'd gotten far too used to being stopped. A faint buzz hummed around me, fading into the night. I took a step forward and was assaulted by tiredness. This is a decent stopping point, but if you have energy, you can read for more. What are you feeling? You streamed a lot today.
I have energy to read more if you want to keep going, but if this is...
Do you mind taking over? I'm losing my throat.
Sure.
It's not good.
Okay. So this is how I'll be on January 5th. I feel exhausted. And I had to go somewhere. The cold was rapidly getting to me, and a full night was still ahead. Idiot.
Where do I go? There's a motel in the center of town, but I'm not sure it'll be open. Oh, maybe he did give himself some buffer time. My bad.
Yeah, I think so.
I kept a replica of my keys outside my house so I could silently sneak into my parents' room and stay there without alerting my own self. That wasn't something I wanted to do if I could help it.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I think we were being hard on him because he went back to November 24th and the explosion thingy happens on November 30th. So...
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so he did give himself a week. Good, yeah.
He did give himself a week.
Good.
It really is Katsuki City.
I suppose I'll have to see... Oh, fucking hell. I turned around and saw a large shadow covering the stars. It was the tower, looking even bigger than I recalled. With the same key I used to leave, I locked the front door. Once I'd taken a few steps, all light was gone. Fortunately, I could navigate the streets without a problem. I walked, unable to hear any sounds beyond my own steps. As I got closer to the center, more faint lights dotted the streets. Soon, I stepped into the widest street and approached a building I'd never been to. I also realized that because all this work, that I'd have to be on January 5th to have all this information and all of, like, the money and Sekimeya and everything, that I was invincible. Nothing could kill me because I would have to be able to get there. There was a sign above the door. It read, Eagle Motel. Is it closed? I don't see anyone. There was a bell near it, so I pressed it. I waited, wondering if the sound had reached anyone. It took me a while to discern that a tall man was approaching me. He turned on the lights and opened the door from the inside, his eyes showing that he'd been about to fall asleep. Sorry, would it be possible for me to spend the night here?
Is this your new Katsuki voice?
Yeah. He's not used to talking to people.
You don't have a reservation?
No, something just came up and I have nowhere to stay.
We have spare rooms, but it's 8,000 yen a night.
That's fine. I might have to stay a few days. I suddenly looked down at myself and noticed that my clothes still had a very faint traces of smoke on them. Although I thought not identical to how they had been before traveling. What? So you still have them on January 5th?
I guess so.
Does he still have smoke on his face? I paid one night's rate and was given 2 keys, one for the front door and another for a bedroom. My attention was immediately grabbed by a digital clock on the table. It was 10:54 on November 24th, a Thursday. I can't believe it. I traveled 3 weeks to the past. Within the tower, anything had seemed possible, but the effect reflected in the real world, my mind couldn't accept it. Both Sekimeya were in the suitcase, and the smell of the tower still hung around me.
Take a shower.
The room was linked with a bathroom, with a shower and a kitchen. I had a lot of things to think about, but my body dropped on the bed, giving me no chance to do so.
I can't believe he didn't simulate himself a nap so he wouldn't be tired. Amateur.
Wait, I'm about to nap like an idiot. I can just use the Sekimeya in order to never have to sleep again. Katsuki, you fool. The money, I have to duplicate. Oh, fucking hell, he's doing it now. I paid for a single night, so I had to duplicate the amount and then the entire sum. I got out of bed and approached the suitcase. They've been outside for so long, I'm sure they don't have a lot of energy. I should be able to touch one without the range of reaching anyone else here. I wonder which is the future one. Oh my fucking god. If I touch the past one, I'll just appear in the bathroom and stay there until my past self leaves. If I'd undressed before getting in bed since the room was warm, if I replicated my past location, the money I'd been holding would duplicate. I placed the suitcase on the bed and separated both gemstones. Then I touched one of them in the center of the room. And I died. My vision went dark, but I could hear something. I wasn't alone. Wait, is this my bedroom? Not the oh, what the
there's the answer to your question. There's the answer to your question.
He's already fucked up.
He's already fucked up. There's the answer to your question. It does like the original one in the timeline. That's so funny.
My bedroom, not the motel's, but the one in my house. When I glanced at the source of the sound, I saw my own body sleeping in my bed. What? Why am I here?
Oh, honey.
What? I slowly stepped back, unable to take my eyes off myself. It was November. That self of mine hadn't yet reunited with Shoya and Miya. By the time I reached the door, I started to understand what had happened. My clothes changed. I went to the future. I think I traveled farther than I expected. Maybe the Sekimeya was gathering energy inside the... We're gathering energy inside the suitcase, even though the outside was so chilly. I must have traveled more than 15 minutes through time, so the replicated location was from a time before I appeared in the lobby, when I was about to sleep in my old world.
Bro timed out his travel to the second to get back here, and then was like, it probably won't take me that far. Don't know which it is, but that's fine. Brother!
Trying to prevent myself from being noticed, I approached the front door. It seemed I had replicated my body on November 24th, and it was fortunate I'd appeared when I'd already fallen asleep. Wait, why didn't he just... Why did he appear? He should have appeared inside of himself. He should have killed himself here.
But he couldn't, because that would make the story not happen.
Fucking hell. I felt the handle and opened the door. The sky brimmed with stars, and my clothes were no longer protecting me from the freezing air. I had left the motel bedroom empty, so I ran there. Once again, I had to ring the bell to enter. To my surprise, an older woman opened the door. Dude is in a different timeline now, isn't he? Or like, no. Why would the world lines not intersect or whatever? Who knows what the fuck is going on? Sorry, I had to go out for a bit. Where's the man from before? The fuck you talking about?
Oh, old Stanley? He sticks to a strict sleep schedule. Next time, don't ring the bell, just knock. He gets mean when you wake him up. Along with you now.
Did he put the other Sekimeya in a fridge or something before he used it? Did I miss that? Or did
I was wondering that, yeah. Hold on.
Yeah.
He separated both gemstones and then touched one of them.
And he was off by so much. He could have worldline hopped here. Maybe he
could have worldline hopped, yeah. Well, he didn't because so it did work, but like fucking hell. Yeah.
The Sekimeiya was still in the bed. There was no doubt it was the future one, as the clock showed 11:29.
I hope this motherfucker has a fucking hotel refrigerator in here.
Didn't change worlds, so the range of the other Sekimeiya didn't reach me. I hope nobody else traveled with me.
That was so unbelievably stupid of him.
It was.
We're supposed to believe he went from an idiot to like being a mastermind, and then he did something this stupid. Like, I'm really
he should have died there. According to the rules of been established, I think he should have died there. Yeah.
Yeah, but he rolled over in bed, Lamau.
Yeah, he just rolled, yeah. I saw on... Actually, it was coincidentally timed that his past self had rolled over in that second, just like it was coincidentally timed that Sai and Arena were touching Sekimeiya at the exact same moment, and he just reflexively rolled the other way, like Bjerker. Yeah. I sat on the bed and panted, each inhalation bringing lancing pain. I was even more tired than before, and it took me a second to process why. The replicated location had been from one to past me was about to go to sleep.
Man, the two people in the Naja VOD comments who get mad about this are gonna pop off this stream. I hope you two are having fun.
I didn't actually duplicate the money.
You didn't duplicate the money.
My old clothes were beside the bed, and I had to reset the Sekimeiya before attempting it again. I sat up and walked to the kitchen. Oh, there's a refrigerator here.
Brother.
It was running, so I knew it would work to cool out the Sekimeiya. After putting both of them inside, I grabbed the money from my pocket and of my other pants. Hold on, if he uses the past one, it's going to replicate where he is in the future. Isn't he going to show up in his house again?
No, because he's going to stand here. Whoa, that's a good question, actually. No, I think that I think he traveled back to a time where that version of him did not exist. Or he traveled to a future time where this version of him did not exist at this point in the timeline, so it defaulted to the other version of himself because he traveled far enough that like it was registering a spot so far enough back that he hadn't yet left the... It was basing his location on a point at which he had not yet teleported.
He got to the hotel in 15 minutes?
I don't fucking know, man. I haven't really been paying attention.
He woke up in the lobby, checked the briefcase, did the keys, opened the door, had a moment, walked into the city, got to the hotel, did a check-in, got the room, walked into it, took the Sekimeiya off the bed. He did all that in 15 minutes?
I don't know, man.
Because that is an answer. Don't get me wrong. That's a right. That would make sense. But like, holy shit, that's fast.
I haven't really been paying attention. Can you explain the rules of the Sekimeiya? No.
No. We have been paying attention, and we can't. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, can I tell a joke? Hey Katsuki, is your refrigerator running? You better go catch it.
It's gonna go to the cleaning carton piss timeline if he's not careful. I took the future Sekimeiya back out and waited a few seconds. Subsequently, I left the money on the floor and felt the surface of the gemstone. My sight hardly changed, but I knew I teleported. I was holding the stack of money and the original bills were on the floor. I guess he got here in 15 minutes. Okay, I could use them while I kept the duplicated ones until January 5th. How does that work, man? I have to duplicate a night's worth too, since I already paid for it. The future Sekimeiya was still powered off. I reset it to repeat the process, and once I duplicated the full amount of money, I left both Sekimeiya in the refrigerator again. I fell to the bed. I didn't bother taking off my clothes. The second time since they were a lot lighter than before. Before I knew it, I could see the sun through the window. So his clothes have reverted back to what they were before now, right? So that means he has to... He gets smoke bombed again at some point. I looked at the clock, trying to remember where I was. 10:09, November 25th. It all came back to me when I saw those blurry numbers.
Wouldn't it be funny when he said he accidentally traveled to the future? It was actually like a day in the future, and instead of a couple of hours, and then he accidentally he just miscalculated all the like Shiroya City too. That would be.
I quickly got out of bed and checked the Sekimeiya in the refrigerator.
Eggs for breakfast.
Doesn't seem like the Sekimeiya heat up inside, so they're fine here. Yeah, just the consumer refrigerator can beat these things. November 25th. That makes sense. On this day, I hadn't even received Mia's call yet. Right now, I was at home all alone. I felt a little dizzy, so I put on my original clothes and walked out of the room to a cafeteria I'd seen downstairs. Fortunately, I had enough money to cover all the days I needed. Once I felt rested, I went back up. I sat on the bed and went over what I would do. I'm in the past of the world where Mia was alive. If I don't change the past, will she not die? Or was she in the tower for another reason? Oh my fucking god.
Katsuki, baby, sweetie, honey. Oh.
I have the Sekimeiya, so maybe I should see what happens on the 30th and go to the past. I can't risk the plan getting ruined due to a difference in the events that I'm not aware of. Just... if what happened on the 30th repeats, why would Mia have been in the tower? Is there an explanation for that? Gee. The concept of different worlds I have is rough, but I was thinking of something. If I save Mia, my plan was to go back to my initial world. Like, I can't stay in this one. That would allow this world to exist at the very least. But after saving her, I could travel to the other world with Mia, which would result in the same effect. The other world would end up with her, while this one wouldn't. I couldn't bring myself to do that. I already accepted Mia's death once. Even if I was able to bring her to our world, would that truly be better? I would just create avoidable pain in another.
Do you think that the reason that half of or a third of Japan disappears in one of these timelines is because Mia is so disgusted by the egg story that she decides to obliterate like millions of people?
I think it's that through one of these dumbass experiments of time travel that they accidentally leave the Sekimeiya in like a room somewhere unattended for like a months, and someone comes in and is like, ooh, egg, and just like world line just blows up in a huge entire fucking radius. Yeah. But I believe it's possible the Mia in the tower came from a different world, from one in which she didn't die. That would explain why she was there with no influence of mine. Everything regarding other worlds was too hypothetical. I had to stick to what I'd planned. I'll make sure she doesn't die. I'll make this world into one we wanted. In the end, I'll have to abandon it, but at least I'll know it exists. After After November 30th, I'll go back in time to prevent her death. After that, I'll change worlds, hopefully arriving in the one I was in.
As someone who checks in and out of Sekimeya, what the hell is the egg story? I don't normally answer questions in chat, but I'm gonna answer this one. Katsuki wrote a story about being in unrequited love with Shiroya, probably, where a boy and a girl get trapped in a room for 100 years together and then still manage to never actually like make a move on each other, and then at the end they both forget about it, except that like they probably both remembered, except that neither of them was like brave enough to bring it up with each other, so then they just go their separate ways, and it's a metaphor for how neither of them are dateable.
If that works, I won't want to change the past any further. My goal will be to find the real Shiroya. Fucking Christ, Katsuki, who I'm sure it's triggering me so hard that he's this
every time he says
stupid,
the real Shiroya. Yeah.
But he just offhandedly knew that lithium batteries fucking discharge at 2% of their total power once a month. Like, I just...
Now to be fair, this does suggest certain kinds of neurodivergences, so it could be a characterization moment.
The real Shiroya, who I'm sure will be there at one point, maybe when she disappeared with Naomi, or maybe when she was in the tower with different clothes. Once I make it there, we can leave together.
We haven't had a choice for so long and we get this shit? Are you joking? This is a choice, not a quiz question. This is a choice. Should we do the top should we do the top one again? Are we doing the top one again? Top first? Top first.
Is it a bad ends? Yeah, I guess we go top first. That's what it says.
Yay,
Okay, that
top
will work.
first. His obsession with the real Shiroya is fucking sending me. It makes me flinch every time. Okay, let's go. That'll work.
It would work. Katsuki was sure of it.
Sorry, I need to review what exactly would work. I'll go back in time to prevent her death. Then I'll change worlds. And then I'll find the real Shiroya. And then we can leave together. Okay.
He had to dispel his doubts and be confident he would succeed. There were 5 days until the 30th, but there was nothing he could do until then. He didn't leave the motel. It had all the food he needed and a bedroom to sleep in. What the fuck? You've been holed up in the... While the final day approached, he made sure the Sekimeya worked. He traveled a few minutes through time and confirmed that all he'd learned still applied. November 30th came. Katsuki was still in that room, although it would soon be his time to act. He didn't take his eyes off the clock. At 9 o'clock, he could hardly breathe, remembering what had once happened. It must have already occurred by that point. Mia was likely dead.
You're looking at the guy who found it doable to spend 100 years locked in the room without going insane. That's true. The egg story was foreshadowing for this.
And they could make any item appear for 24 hours, and most days they picked the egg chair.
Yeah, because she liked the egg chair, so they picked the egg chair because she liked sitting in it. Sorry, I just realized I did leave out the egg chair part of the egg chair story. Yeah, so when I said they didn't make a move on each other, Orima in chat was right. Like they did like fall in love, but like it went like they didn't touch each other. They just like sat around and stared at each other.
They took turns in the egg chair.
They took turns in the egg chair. Didn't even climb in the egg chair together, you know?
I think they did at one point. I think they did.
Right.
They must have.
My bad.
He hated that it had been allowed to repeat, but otherwise his plan could have been hindered. Even though the time had passed, he couldn't go to the shop for fear of being recognized. He had to wait until the morning news to know if everything had repeated as he'd once experienced it. Ho is coping. Whoa! He started at the ceiling all night. The moment the sun rose, he went to the cafeteria and turned on the television.
The fucking, when you logged on to VR chat and your name was Joe the Ho. It really is.
It really is, yeah. His eyes bored holes into the screen, waiting for the news to begin. Once it did, a massive headlines were shown at once.
They must have been 12 or 14 at the time of the story, so the innocence makes some sense. Yeah, that's true. It's just...
He didn't see it. None of them had been about a gas explosion in Yoshibana.
Literally, who cares? Oh, is this actually the wrong day?
It couldn't be. There was no way that wouldn't have made the local news. He kept changing the channel, but there was no mention of what should have happened the previous night. Don't you understand? This is a monthly news report. You're not in the next one yet.
Oh, he imagined that he would do this, and so it's already happened, and so the gas explosion didn't happen, and so now he's...
Oh, it's gonna kill me. Had he made a mistake? When that thought had occurred to him, he dashed out of the motel. He ran toward the stone buildings as fast as the snow allowed him. When he reached the street, he was able to see it in the distance. There was light in Musashi gemstones. He didn't stop running. He burst through the door and gaped at the owner in disbelief.
I'm laughing at monthly news report in chat. Oh, you're back. What's with the rush?
How has he still got smoke on his face? What? He looked at the far side of the shop. The floor was intact. Did anything happen?
Huh? What do you mean?
No?
I don't know what you mean. What are you talking about?
After seeing the undamaged shelves, there was a question that Katsuki had to ask. What about the Sekimeya?
The Seki... How do you know about that name? I was planning to use it in the future.
He's... What year is it? Katsuki bolted out of the shop, ignoring the owner's shouts. He ran to a nearby bus station where he met Shiroi and Miya on that final day. There was nothing there. Katsuki recalled having seen a flyer with the words "The Sekimeya" stuck on the post. Next, he ran into his own house.
What year is it, actually?
There's light in the windows. I'm not in the hospital. He couldn't believe it. The explosion hadn't happened. Why? And what next? He had no idea what to do, so he stood paralyzed. However, that was what he'd wanted. He hadn't done anything, but the result had been the same. Speechless, he waited in front of his house. Light snow began to fall, but he kept watching his window. He could see a figure behind it similar to his own. He realized he'd been there for hours when his front door opened. It really was his own self, with an expression he personally long since abandoned. He didn't hide, but it didn't seem like he'd been seen. He saw his own body walking ahead, so he followed him. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him.
Kill him, kill him, kill him.
Eventually, they reached Ciuta della Park. Miya and Shiroi were there, waving at him. It was what he'd most wanted. Those days were continuing beyond November 30th. But there was something more pressing within Katsuki's mind. It didn't make sense. It was a world that didn't make sense.
Yippee! Impossible
perfection.
The Sekimeiya is defeated. Yippee!
Why did that happen?
I just got an achievement for seeing every alternate ending.
Because he has the Sekimeiya here right now, there's no Sekimeiya at the gem shop?
Oh, is
so
that it?
There were no Sekimeiya in the there were no Sekimeiya in the snow?
Oh. 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 Oh shit. Well, the honorable thing for him to do is just to go to another timeline then, like he wanted to, isn't it? Then he should just fucking eat himself. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, he's done. Yeah.
Yeah, he did it. Yeah, he literally got the outcome he wanted. Yeah, he saved the grove.
Yeah, this is a good ending. All right, we're done with Sekimeiya. All right, we did it. We saved everyone. Everyone's fine.
We don't have to do the rest of the week. Sorry about the fan art thing, though. All right. Do we want to keep going, or do we want to stop there after the good ending?
This seems like a good stopping point, actually. But is there a better one coming?
Mouse of the stream says probably the perfect moment to stop. So there you go. There you have it. Mouse of the streams.
Wow.
Are we going to be able to do it in 2 more? What do you think? Will we need to go a little bit long? Sorry if that was a spoiler, but I was spitballing like I usually do. No, you're okay. Yeah. Looks like it. All right, we're going to make it. All right. So we've got Friday and Sunday Sekimeya. Yeah? Yes?
Yes, Friday. Yes.
So Friday.
But I need to have like some time between my stream end on Friday and our stream beginning on Friday. Can we start an hour later on Friday maybe? Is that possible?
So the Friday stream should be shorter than normal, right? Because it's the Umineko,
Yeah, it should be
the
okay.
short Umineko. Yeah, so you can, I don't know how much time you need, but I don't see Friday stream going more than like 4 hours, so we should be done by 5 your time. So you should have like at least 2 hours, but we can start whenever works for you. So it might be a little later.
Okay, we'll talk about it off stream. It might be a little later on our Friday start, or
Okay.
you might have to start without me for a little bit, and then I'll join. Yeah.
That's okay, yeah. We'll figure it out. And then Sunday we'll do fan art and the final one. And that's it. That's it. Thanks for this. Thanks everybody for coming.
2 eras.
Yeah, the end of several eras. And maybe even Expedition 33 too. Okay.
I hope so.
Does anyone have a friend that they want us to raid? Or someone that they like? I see Kraken is online, but your mind is mush. Mine too, any for Prez. That's okay. That's alright. We tank those. I missed a couple of Seki streams and forgot how fun they are. Thanks for screaming. No problem. Alright, we'll just raid Kraken if we don't have someone. Thank you, Mouse. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Xerxes. And I'll see everybody soon.
Have a good night, everyone. See you later.
Good night, everyone. Bye-bye. And most importantly, good night, Naja.